Bismillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to Tehran Dialogue Forum. I'm Said Kazem Sajjadpour, the President of Institute for Political and International Studies, IPIS, the research and educational side of the Iranian Foreign Ministry. I am so happy to welcome you all to this very important dialogue. Our forum is in the continuation of what we had last year, and also in the process of our international conferences on the surrounding regions of Iran. Today we start our meeting with the speech of Foreign Minister of Islamic Republic of Iran, Dr. Zarif, who is not just the Foreign Minister of our country, but the leading scholar diplomat of our nation and one of the greatest scholar diplomats of the world. And I'm happy that we start with him, and I welcome you all again. I hope everybody stays with us till the afternoon, and we have a lot of interesting discussion and debates going on with dignitaries, the distinguished foreign ministers of our surrounding regions, as well as the scholars, the head of think tanks, and thinkers on international relations. But the whole concept is dialogue, discussion, friendship, and neighborhood. I welcome Dr. Zarif, and I ask him to start the opening of this conference.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear friends and neighbors, in a few days, many of our neighbors join us in celebrating Nowruz, the first day of spring and the beginning of a new year. Allow me to begin by wishing everyone a happy Nowruz. The celebration of Nowruz, which means new day, started some 3,000 years ago in the Iranian plateau and the wider area, united by a culture which respects our Mother Earth, cherishes our common humanity, and understands our common destiny. Our joint history and civilization are best known not by our warriors and military conquerors, but by those who have conquered our, and indeed the world's, hearts and minds, our mystics, our philosophers, our scientists, and our poets. Poets like Saadi, who portrayed our common destiny some 800 years ago when he said, "All human beings are members of one frame, since all at first from the same essence came. When time afflicts a limb with pain, the other limbs cannot at rest remain. If thou feel not for others' misery, a human being is no name for thee." In the Muslim part of the world of Nowruz, we begin the new year, and this time a new century, with a short and meaningful prayer. O the one who turns hearts and eyes, O the one who regulates day and night, O the one who transforms situations and conditions, transform our condition to one that is best. The change in the nature, the dawn of spring, and a new year and a new century implies that change is possible, necessary, and indeed inevitable. The fundamental question, though, is how our region, West Asia, can be reshaped. Regional reshaping means we must first identify the principal causes of the problems in our broader region. To be frank, the current situation in our region is not good. Bloodshed, civil wars, instabilities and atrocities on the one hand, and the lagging behind in economic, social, and human development on the other are not enviable conditions. I do not intend to offer a long list of deficiencies. We all know them. Yet we rarely look to the roots and causes. I believe there are three mega roots, namely international interventions, securitization, and prioritization. There can be no question that prolonged and dangerous international interventions in our region are one of the major reasons for existing troubles. Our region has been the subject of geopolitical designs by extra-regional actors during the last 5 centuries. In recent memory, the U.S. has exacerbated the insecurity and instability of this region more than any other region. As its own figures suggest, some $7 trillion have been wasted on forever wars and military interventions in this region in less than 2 decades. But American intervention is by no means limited to the military sphere. U.S. coercive economic measures directed against the Iranian people, especially at a time of pandemic, are nothing less than economic warfare. And as we now witness, there has been yet no difference in following a failed policy of the so-called maximum pressure between the former and the current U.S. presidents. Because of its relative superiority in military might, the United States aims to securitize everything in order to dominate it. Our region has been the prime example. U.S. interference and interventions have been designed to securitize our region, and particularly Iran. Everything is looked at from a security prism, or to be more precise, from a military perspective. The region is viewed as a literal military zone, and the dominant engagement is of a military nature. This has another bonus for the United States and its Western partners: dumping all their military hardware. Our 6 southern Persian Gulf neighbors, with the total population of less than 40 million people, absorb 1/4 of all arms sold in the world. One spent more than $60 billion on arms last year, and another, with only 1.5 million citizens, spent a whopping $22 billion. But securitization requires fabricated threats and enemies, and also artificial friends and shallow alliances. Securitization changes regional priorities from addressing the most fundamental challenges and real security threats to dealing with the fake ones. Probably the most fundamental motivation for prioritization of fake security threats in our region is to push the Palestinian issue to the back burner, and if possible, to simply ignore it. Ending the plight of Palestinians should remain the most long-standing priority for the region. It is a global issue. There can be no peace and stability in the region and the world while Zionist atrocities against Palestinians continue. No one should even for one moment forget or marginalize this human tragedy. Another priority of the region should be to deal with a long list of issues which relate to the daily livelihood of its people. How we can improve the lot of our peoples, in my view, requires all of us to be willing to replace confrontation with cooperation. This, of course, necessitates a commitment to dialogue and diplomacy. Unfortunately, the reality has been that some global and regional actors are unable to move beyond the zero-sum mentality and a simple either-or view of complex and dynamic regional, political, and strategic processes. Some actors may borrow their views from extra-regional actors, which result in bold differences and deepening divisions in our region. Others may market their ideas in pseudo-analytical packages, which a mixture of facts and fiction are steered together to perpetuate conflict. But the reality is, nothing is actually wrong in the nature of our region. All crises are man-made, stemming from a combination of artificial constructs and temporal, personal, or factional interest. We, the people of the region, can certainly live together peacefully and manage our differences with rationality, collectively, and creativity, as we had for centuries. The key, though, is dialogue and diplomacy. Iran is eager for dialogue with all its neighbors. We do not need outsiders to shape our regional destiny. Dialogue is the foundation of diplomacy, and sadly, it is desperately lacking in our region. There is no alternative to diplomacy. It can serve the interests of all if employed properly and with mutual respect. Iran has consistently promoted regional dialogue and diplomacy in the Persian Gulf, as reflected in President Rouhani's Hormuz peace endeavor or hope. Iran also strongly believes in dialogue throughout our neighborhood, the subcontinent, Afghanistan, the Caspian Sea, Caucasus, and the Arab world at large. Through diplomacy and dialogue, we can indeed shape a new region. We can focus on peace and prosperity. We can cooperate on common challenges and synergize to exploit common opportunities. And we can jointly advance regional, economic, social, and most importantly, human development. A new regional space can be formed. But for this, we need a new cognitive foundation, and diplomacy has to be taken more seriously. Do not subscribe to the dangerous framing that Iran is a regional threat. The first butcher who sold this dangerous canard to regional and global actors was Saddam Hussein. And when Saddam turned his guns against his financiers, Bibi Netanyahu took the mantle with exactly the same end. Netanyahu, however, has been the most persistent boy who has been crying wolf for nearly 30 years. These two criminals have together killed more Arabs than anyone. Those who bought Saddam's sales pitch need to learn that lesson before Netanyahu turns the wealth he is planning to usurp from them, not just to kill and maim Palestinians, Syrians, and the Lebanese, but his very new buddies in the Persian Gulf. Mark my words. But Iran has no interest or design or indeed need for anybody's wealth or territorial proximity to its foes. Iran only needs peace in its own neighborhood. Iran will always remain, as it has for the past 3,000 plus years, a pillar of peace and a responsible regional player, and is prepared to take any step that can make our region more peaceful, stable, prosperous, and secure. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm our commitment to dialogue and diplomacy. I wish you all a very happy New Year and a successful Tehran Dialogue Forum. I want to thank all my friends, particularly Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, Foreign Minister Atmar, former President Karzai, and other colleagues who will join us, and also my IPIS colleagues and our friends here in Press TV for arranging this very good meeting. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Dr. Zarif, for a very, very thoughtful regional perspective based on analysis. And now we turn to Ankara, to His Excellency Mr. Çavuşoğlu for his speech in our dialogue. I'm sure that His Excellency will touch also regional issues, including Caucasia and Eastern Mediterranean and whatever he likes to mention. Welcome, Mr. Minister, and we are at your disposal. Please.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My dear brother Javad, brother Hanif, Excellencies and friends. I'm really happy to take part in the second Tehran Dialogue Forum. And let me thank my brother Javad and the Institute for Political and International Studies for the kind invitation. This year, the Tehran Forum is especially timely to discuss regional cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the entire world how vulnerable and interconnected we are all. And we must expect that the post-pandemic period will also require real international cooperation. But international is at the same time regional. Increased regional cooperation will benefit everyone, and it is possible. We don't have to start from scratch. There are valuable existing initiatives and mechanisms to build up. Take the Caspian, Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor, for example. This has the potential to revitalize the historical Silk Road connecting the European Union and the RCEP economic areas. Removing restrictions to transport and trade between two of the world's three top economic regions is a big deal. My recent meetings with the Iranian, Azerbaijani, Georgian, Russian, Turkmen, Uzbek, Kazakh, and Kyrgyz colleagues show that everyone is eager to be on board. Likewise, the Economic Cooperation Organization has potential to promote regional connectivity and cooperation. We just need a renewed commitment. And these are only two examples. There are obviously more. Our region is the beltway and can benefit from the reinvention of the Silk Road, and we are all experiencing it. Missing this caravan could condemn our people to centuries of hardship. And we launched our Asia New initiative to seize this opportunity. We will continue to work with Iran and the other Asian actors to realize this potential. Dear friends, dear brothers and sisters, the economic potential is great, but it doesn't mean that it is easy to achieve it. The main issue here is the nature of politics and choice of instruments that actors employ. Politics can indeed be a great enabler or a spoiler. Unfortunately, in this region, most often it is the latter. Politics as enabler. In its best form, politics can be the engine of peace diplomacy. As two important regional powers, Turkey and Iran have always maintained close political dialogue on regional issues. We employ a vision of politics that is enabler. This is also an asset for the security and stability of our region and beyond. We may have some differences on specific issues, that is only natural, but we have never cut our engagement with each other. We have understood the role of building confidence. For instance, from the very beginning, we have stood alongside Iran against unilateral sanctions. And Turkey has always supported the full implementation of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. In fact, the JCPOA was made possible thanks to the earlier Tehran agreement between Turkey, Brazil, and Iran, and the P5+1 meetings in Istanbul. Now we support the new US administration's declared intention to return to the deal. And we are hopeful that a mutually acceptable formula will be found to revive the JCPOA. Overall, our example offered itself and inspiration for the entire region where an atmosphere of mistrust prevails. Politics as spoiler. There are several examples of negative spoiler approach to politics as well. One is seen in the Eastern Mediterranean. We regard offshore resources, first of all, as an element of cooperation rather than competition. Yet, we face a politics of maximalist maritime boundary claims and hostile alliances manipulated by Greece and Greek Cypriots, unfortunately. As the country with the longest coastline in the region, Turkey has significant and undeniable rights and interests in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkish Cypriots also have inalienable rights over the natural resources around the Cyprus island. So there is a clear need for a cooperation mechanism in the region. That is why we made various diplomatic openings, and the latest one being our proposal to establish an inclusive EastMed conference. Excellencies, dear friends, as I mentioned, our region has huge potential, but it also has problems, including sectarian divide and terrorism. Our common neighbor, Iraq, is a case in point. It has a huge potential. It has the necessary human and natural resources to stand on its feet again. However, it has suffered more than enough from war, occupation, and terrorism. Daesh, PKK, and other terrorist groups continue to defy the legitimate aspirations of the people. Sectarian divide has also undermined the country. The presence of terrorist organizations such as Daesh and PKK-YPG on Syrian soil is another threat for our region. They pose a threat not only to Syria's territorial integrity, but also to the national security of Iran and Turkey. In the decade-long conflict in Syria, all neighbors have suffered. Turkey alone hosts over 3.7 million Syrians and addresses the life-saving needs of almost 9 million Syrians, including those inside the country. To end the conflict, we should have the unity and territorial integrity of Syria as the starting point of any solution. With this in mind, we support international initiatives aiming for a political solution on the basis of UN parameters. The Astana process, initiated by Turkey, Iran, and Russia, has become the leading platform in facilitating this objective. Our joint efforts provided relative calm on the ground as well. Together, we also facilitated the establishment of the Constitutional Committee. Our recent meeting in Doha with Qatari and Russian foreign ministers is among our efforts to this end. Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, from Palestine to many other problems in our region, there is a need for stronger regional cooperation. However, Not all news is bad news, and not all conflicts last forever. There is hope. Afghanistan is one example. Today, there is a chance to end the decade-long conflict in the heart of Asia. Turkey is working hard to contribute to the peace efforts with the consent of our Afghan brothers. Our aim is to contribute to the ongoing efforts in Doha. Let me here commend Qatar for its tireless efforts to achieve peace in Afghanistan. As we discussed with our Qatari brothers in Doha last week, Turkey will continue to support their efforts. Caucasus is another example. In Nagorno-Karabakh, there is a chance for broader regional collaboration as proposed by President Ilham Aliyev. Trilateral and quadrilateral cooperation mechanisms with Iran, Azerbaijan, and Georgia already contribute to stability and prosperity in our region. Now, our broader regional cooperation is possible. This is what we hope and work for. If the existing opportunities are seized, reconstruction and rehabilitation will bring prosperity to the region. Iran will have an important role in this regard. And we are already in close contact with Brother Jawad on these issues. Dear friends, when we announced our enterprising and humanitarian approach to foreign policy, we knew that it takes vision and all diplomacy free.
I think we have some. No, Rashid. So we have some disconnection. I think now we may be reconnected. Can we? Okay, now you are again connected, Mr. Minister. Continue.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Thank you very much. What I was saying that same old diplomacy brings about same old results. And our region faces challenges and even suffers, but it also has cause for hope and vision. Whatever regional and international dynamics may be, we insist that diplomacy is the answer. While closing, let me thank again for this opportunity to share my ideas, and I wish all participants a successful forum, and hope that we can meet in person next time. Teşekkür ederim.
Nevruz Mübarek. Allah hafız, Huda hafız.
Tashakkur. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, Your Excellency Çavuşoğlu. It was a very interesting overview of Turkey's view of regional issues, and your emphasis on cooperation was very, very interesting and fascinating. From Ankara, we go to Kabul. We have His Excellency Atmar, the Distinguished Foreign Minister of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Mr. Atmar, floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sajjad Pursa here. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I do remember Dr. Jawad Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, my dear father, Your Excellency Nazir Çavuşoğlu, the Foreign Minister of Turkey, brothers and sisters and all those who are following us today, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and Nowruz Mubarak to all of you. It's my pleasure to be invited to this prestigious dialogue forum. It's my first time to attend this forum. I have always many experience about the forum, especially its contributions to the development of shared understanding, consensus, and cooperation among our regional partners. We remain committed to attending this forum to contribute not only with our knowledge and experience, but also our goodwill. I was particularly pleased and benefited from the statements by my two brothers. I was extremely pleased to look at the common interest issues, particularly around food issues that are so important for Afghanistan. First, the need for us to work closely together, to have cooperation on our common challenges and common interests. But we assure you, my brothers, that Afghanistan will be a committed brother and partner in this process with you. Secondly, we all support the JCPOA and international cooperation and commitment to international obligations. Afghanistan is especially concerned about the fact that we have border Iran to our west. It is extremely important for Afghanistan to have close cooperation, not only political but also economic, as well as cultural. So this is important to see that regional and international diplomacy come back to honor the commitments made within that framework. Third, it is equally important for us to work together on the Afghanistan peace issue. I was so delighted to hear references and statements made by our two brothers. With regard to peace in Afghanistan, I know that our former president, His Excellency Mr. Karzai, will be speaking. First of all, we apologize for the speaking before him, but it is just the fact that we all represent the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the national consensus that we have reached. Specifically, dear brothers and sisters, let me highlight 4 points with regard to Afghanistan and its peace process. First point, that we are pleased that we see an emerging regional consensus on common threats to our national security, shared security in the region. These threats emerge from terrorism, its symbiotic relationship with narcotics and organized crime, and use of terrorism, unfortunately, as an instrumental foreign policy. With over 20 regional and international terrorist organizations operating in our region, particularly the region between Afghanistan and Pakistan, it is absolutely clear that no country in the region is going to be immune, and that this threat is posed not only to us, but to the international community beyond the region. So in this respect, it is extremely important that our brothers and sisters in the region share the view that terrorism is not just a threat to Afghanistan and its immediate neighbors, but it is to the region, to the Muslim world, and the international community. The second point is again about our emerging consensus that peace between the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the Taliban movement is going to be our most important counter-terrorism strategy as well as stabilization strategy, not just for Afghanistan, but also for the region. We are all clear that if the terrorists are not able to turn Afghanistan or our shared region into a safe haven, this will be possible only when the Taliban make peace with the government of Afghanistan. So peace between the Taliban and the government of Afghanistan is essentially contributing to counterterrorism, regional stabilization, and hopefully regional economic cooperation and connectivity. In this respect, my third point is that such a peace, from the Afghanistan's perspective, can only be sustained by the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Let me put it this way, that what we have built over the past 20 years in terms of our state and the political system, as well as the values, the core principles that underpin our governance, these are essential conditions for sustaining a just and a lasting peace. In its absence, nobody can be sure that a peace in another end state will be a just and lasting peace. In this respect, it's important, my brothers and sisters, to explain what the Afghan people consider what would be an acceptable end state for the peace process. The end state that we consider acceptable not only to Afghans but also to our region and the international community will have to be supported by four critical principles. Principle one, that we Afghans will continue to be determined to preserve the independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national unity of our country. Any peace deal will have to be informed about this critical principle of necessary conditions for the peace. The second principle in this respect is the legitimacy of the government of Afghanistan that we will achieve at the end of the peace process. And that legitimacy critically depends on our people to exercise their free will through elections, and there is a constitutional democratic transition of power from one leader to another. Disrupting the constitution will deprive the process of legitimacy, and that is not going to lend itself well to sustaining a peace process. The third principle is our mutual security. On one hand, Afghanistan should not become a safe haven for international terrorism. We all agree on that. But at the same time, it's important that the security of Afghanistan is not threatened either from within or from outside. So it's important for the region and for the outside world to realize the fact that outside problems should not be fought over on Afghan soil. Final principle in this is our relations with our neighbors, with our Muslim brothers and sisters, and the international community. As an independent and sovereign state, we would continue to favor multi-alignment with all those that we can work with on our common interests. Common interests in terms of peace, security, stability, and economic prosperities. So, brothers and sisters, this is how we look at an end state for our peace process. If we achieve this end state as a result of the peace process, We should be confident that that peace will be a lasting peace and seen as a just peace by our people. My fourth point is about effectively how to reshape our regional cooperation to achieve such kind of an end state through the Afghan peace process. It is clear, brothers and sisters, that we have to aim at two goals. Goal one, to bring peace to Afghanistan, and goal two, to preserve the Islamic Republic in Afghanistan. These two twin goals are essential and mutually inclusive and mutually reinforcing. Separating them would not help any of the goals. But more specifically, what we need to work together on for the peace process is an immediate ceasefire, a political settlement between the Taliban and the Islamic government of Afghanistan, and regional and international guarantees for any political settlement that we may reach in the process. In this process, I had a wonderful conversation the other day with my brother, His Excellency Mawlid Chawshughlu, about Afghanistan's new proposal, and I know I have already shared this with His Excellency Dr. Zarif through his able ambassador here. That our proposal is that Afghanistan government is ready to look at a constitutionally legitimate transition process which can happen through early presidential elections. Now, if Taliban are in any way keen to support the idea of elections in Afghanistan, this issue can be resolved very effectively through early presidential elections. This is important, my colleagues, as this would be a necessary concept for advancing the current peace process to be discussed through our regional and international forums. Finally, in this respect, we will be looking forward to working with all of you on three particular aspects of cooperation. Your diplomatic engagement, the use of regional and international organizations for peace process, and the religious or ulama diplomacy that I would call it, to lend their support, the Muslim world ulama, to lend their support to the peace process and to remove legitimacy from continued violence. In this respect, we very much appreciate the support received from our Iranian brothers and sisters, not only over the past 4 decades, but especially in terms of the peace process now. We very much appreciate your policy position on the peace process. Similarly, we are grateful to our Turkish brothers and sisters again for your partnership, brotherly assistance over the past 2 decades, but also for your new initiative to support the Afghan peace process. We agreed that we will work closely together with our brothers and sisters in Turkey to shape that initiative. We are supportive of Afghan peace negotiation in Doha and believe that these other initiatives are complementary and mutually inclusive. We will attend the Moscow Troika meeting with the hope that this meeting will lead to further support to the peace process. We will continue to work closely with the United States and our European friends to provide the essential support for the peace process. With this, My brothers and sisters, let me conclude that inshallah, if we work together on the basis of our common interests and the shared goal of peace in Afghanistan to contribute to the wider region, we will succeed. Thank you again for the kind invitation.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the very interesting perspective of Afghanistan on peace and security. With this speech, our opening section is over, and I thank all the distinguished foreign ministers who participated, most importantly our own foreign minister, and I thank you again for having giving us this pleasure. And with this, I close this session, and we'll see you in about 35 minutes, our first panel at 12 o'clock p.m. Thanks everybody, and see you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm Kazem Sajjadpur, the president of IPIS, and I welcome you all to this Tehran Dialogue Forum first panel on major global and regional developments and scenarios ahead. I'm so happy to be the co-chair of this panel with Mr. Koveh Taqwai, the distinguished and well-respected anchorman of Press TV, and it's really a pleasure to be with him in this panel and co-chair. And I'm more happy to see dear friends and colleagues from different parts of the world whom I know for a long time, and they are the real part of what I call international think tank community on international relations. And we have a good number of them in this panel. The time, of course, is limited, so what I am going to do, I start naming them, just introducing them, who they are, and then I give each of them not more than 5 minutes to have their perspective and view. Then when we finish this opening interventions by these distinguished colleagues, then Mr. Taqwai would pose a question to each of them. The panelists that we have is, of course, here in Tehran is Mr. Saeed Khatibzadeh, a well-known figure in all international institutes of international relations. He is right now the president of Center for Public Diplomacy and the spokesman of the Iranian Foreign Ministry. We have His Excellency Eliasson, former Foreign Minister of Sweden, as well as Undersecretary for Political Affairs in the United Nations. We have also Dr. Magri, from Italian Institute of International Relations, ISPI. We have Dr. Otter from Egmont in Belgium. We have Dr. Huanshun from China. We have Professor Gutta from India, from Vikenda. So institute, I know all of them personally, and it's very really a source of happiness to see them virtually, but I hope we can have a chance to meet again in person. We start by Mr. Khatibzadeh here. So how do you think, what do you have to say for the opening on your broader perspective of the region and scenarios ahead?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajjadpur. Thank you for inviting me to this very wonderful Tehran Dialogue Forum, the following one of the previous which we had in Tehran, and it was fabulous. And I would like to thank IPIS for holding this. I would like to, at the very outset, wish everybody safety, health, and sanity amid this very difficult time of pandemic. And as we are rapidly approaching Nowruz, I would like to say Happy Nowruz to everybody and wish you all the best in the new Iranian year. I try to very briefly touch upon the subject of the panel and seek to elaborate an Iranian perspective, of course using my think tank hat, as you mentioned, Dr. Sajjadpur, which of course does not necessarily reflect the one of Iran. The main question which I would like to address is if this international politics that we are seeing is going through drastic changes or not, and if the pandemic would actually change the world order, and if yes, how? There are different schools of thought, but to encapsulate them, I can say that there are three major lines of argument, including those who believe this pandemic will be soon taken under control and everything will get back to normal, meaning no strategic changes almost. And those who argue that not only the social life has changed forever, but other aspects of human relations have changed and the new era has already started. And finally, those who believe the transition in international politics had been already begun long and way before pandemic, but was accelerated by it and the pandemic has worked as a catalyst. What I can say here, to not get into lengthy academic discussion on air, I would like to say that change is obvious and certain. Change in world order and traditional ruling mainstream concepts in international politics. We in the West Asia were used to always argue that the time is sensitive, but now I can state that if there is one consensus among experts about the current state of affairs in world politics, it is that time is sensitive, context is complex, and uncertainty widespread. The most obvious change that we can see is the world in transition to a multipolarity. It should be argued here that vertical approach to international relations does not best serve to explain what is actually happening in world politics. We need to adopt a horizontal approach as well, meaning that we are experiencing a new world order which there are equally diversified centers of power. A world that no that they have coined such as Westlessness or post-Western order. One of the main problems that world is facing right now is exactly the frozen mindset of old great powers, some of them of course, and more specifically the United States, which uses all it holds to prevent this definite transition from United States actually using all it holds from naked use of force and hard power, as we are seeing in different parts of our region, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in different parts of the world, to protectionism under President Trump, weaponization of dollar, which have been obvious under different administrations in the United States, sanctions, and using economic war against supposedly those who United States is not happy with. It even uses multilateralism to actually exhaust diplomacy and to avoid actual multilateralism. Different US administrations have used different strategies, including the current one in the White House, but all have had similar aims and agenda. This is the main problem. Look at how United States behave in our region, and especially vis-a-vis Iran. Iran is obviously and undeniably a genuine regional player, but is also a genuine normative global player, which for many years has tried to raise new concepts such as resistance to domination and US interventionism, principled international order based on equality of players and justice, and also an alternative approach to world politics, that power politics is not the only game at play. It is why, intellectually speaking, many argue that such an approach could be seen as one of the main engines of post-colonial understanding. The US is obviously struggling to avoid or delay such a transition in international politics, but in fact, in reverse, it has accelerated the awakening wave among not only Eastern axis, but even also among the liberal West, as we are hearing on a daily basis about the strategic autonomy in Europe and by European capitals. What is the way out of such a mess caused by the frozen mindset? I can say in one sentence that fundamental changes need to be adopted on both cognitive as well as practical levels. But it starts with acceptance. The US has to accept the reality of the world in transition, the realities of our region, and the realities of Iran. But unfortunately, what have been obvious, United States has actively tried to exclude Iran from any regional or international arrangement, to demonize the great nation of Iran, and more importantly, make Iran as an exception in international politics, which have been obviously all failed. at the end, I would like to say this very important sentence that Iran has been always ready for an inclusive and workable arrangement in the region and beyond. And by this, I stop here and will be ready to hear your very fabulous panelists in this interesting debate.
Thank you for your input as well as being very sharp on time. And now we move to Stockholm. Ambassador Eliasson, do you hear me?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Good to speak to you, cousin, and very nice to meet old friends, and I'm very glad that you organized this meeting. It's an important meeting at an important time. I want to start by telling you that I am chair of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, and yesterday we published the latest report on arms trade. And it is interesting that it seems like arms trade is leveling off. It is already on a huge scale, of course. But what is disturbing is, if I refer to your region, the wider Middle East, you have an increase of 25% of arms to the region in the period 2016 and 20. It is a huge export led mostly by major powers, but it is also a sign, apropos what we just heard in the introduction, of a lack of trust, and that too much in today's world is based on trying to base security on military means, defense in the military sense. I think we need to look broader for security in a broader way, and of course the pandemics is one way of reminding us very starkly about the importance of cooperation, but also the importance of looking at the vulnerability of our societies and to make sure that we have means to deal with the crises that are both of international character and also national character. I think to try to aim for increasing trust is the basic goal we should have, and we should identify the power of dialogue, the power of diplomacy in a world where I think we are turning away into mistrust and choosing military means to define and deal with security. Of course, we can't avoid also the JCPOA issue. I would hope that we will see a return by the United States with the new government, the new administration in power in Washington. There seemed to be some hesitation, but it is obvious that we need rather quickly to have a mutual comprehensive compliance of the JCPOA. I was myself part of that process from the side of the UN, and it was a huge diplomatic achievement which must not be lost. What is needed now is, in my view, to come to the conclusion that we need to see security in the broader sense, and that we need to realize that security is common. Your neighbor's security is your own security. It is important that we identify measures that can enhance cooperation in the economic area, in the trade area, in the academic area, in the think tank area, in security dialogues and so forth. We need to have a sort of a build-up of links between nations, and in particular in dangerous regions like the region in which you live. We have examples. We have the OSCE process. I won't go into detail, you know it all. It is a huge menu of measures that can be taken to enhance confidence. It also includes major powers in the OSCE. We have also the European Union, of course, which is another example of building up a system of interdependence, which is in fact an insurance for peace. And I myself am very proud of having been part of the work of working out Resolution 598 at the United Nations back in 1987, 1988. And I was very eager, I remember at that time, to try to include a paragraph on cooperation on regional security, to be developed not only between Iran and Iraq, which was the subject of order, but also between the other nations in the area. We still have not implemented that, although it is a binding Security Council resolution, and I think it could be a legal basis for action for further cooperation. The last observation I'd like to make is from my own perspective. I'm a Swede. We have 5 Nordic countries. We are united more or less in the Nordic community in a way which is enormously close. Of course, the pandemics have caused some problems between us, but we have basically a huge cooperation in all areas. And the interesting thing is that 3 of these nations, of the 5 nations, are members of NATO. 2 are not. We have 3 nations who are members of the European Union, and 2 are not. And we don't even think about it because we have a regional identity. We have come to the conclusion that our regional cooperation is our own safety net, and that it should have an autonomous strength in itself, and that the different perspectives that are adopted by the individual countries really does not matter if we deal with the major issue of achieving an area which should both contribute to peace and to security, and to, of course, prosperity. So this would be my introductory remarks, and I thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to listening to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you indeed for your very comprehensive analysis, especially focusing on comprehensive security and bringing your Nordic experience. By chance, yesterday I was the guest of Nordic ambassadors in Tehran for lunch, and I enjoyed it so much, and your experience is very telling and very instructive. Now we move to Italy, our good friend Dr. Paolo Magri. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning from Italy, again in de facto lockdown, even if the term is not used anymore. It's a pleasure to be able to join you in Tehran, although in a virtual format, and I would like to thank my friends at IPIS for having invited me to this dialogue on scenarios for the post-COVID world. In laying down a few brief and preliminary considerations on the main challenges ahead for West Asia, I will start with 3 numbers. 7 million, which is the number of confirmed COVID cases in the region. 150,000 people, the number of people who died in West Asia. And the third number is -2%, which is the decline in GDP in the region last year. Huge numbers, of course, but if we compare them with the region I live in, Europe, the picture is different. COVID has hit 4 times more in Europe, and the contraction of the economy was much stronger than in West Asia. A comparison with North America and Latin America would show similar results. So far, so good, so to say, then? Most likely not. Vaccinations programs are not moving fast in West Asia, also in West Asia, I would say, and disparities among countries is even stronger than the one we are seeing in Europe. On top of that, we have heard several times medical doctors saying over last year that this disease is particularly dangerous for patients with previous multiple pathologies. Will it be particularly dangerous in the long run for countries and regions with previous multiple pathologies? If so, it would be worrying for West Asia, one of the regions mostly affected by multiple pathologies, 2 major conflicts. In the region, we have both the country which originates the most refugees in the world, Syria again, and the country which hosts most refugees, Turkey. Terrorism is still a threat, as the Islamic State has been defeated territorially but not completely eradicated. Rivalries, deep and strong, ending up with the most under-institutionalized and less integrated region of the world. Youth unemployment, the highest in the world, 25%. At a time in which we all discover the role of the state to address the crisis, the region suffers from governments that are either too weak or too strong, and from internal and regional divide. In view of this, what challenges ahead in the light of all what I mentioned? We heard many times that the pandemic is freezing some dynamics while it's accelerating some other trends. So the question is, will the pandemic in West Asia stop trends that need to be stopped and accelerate trends that need to be accelerated, or vice versa? We will further stop what needs to be accelerated and further speed up what needs to be urgently stopped. Let me put it more bluntly. Will it stop regional rivalries and conflict and accelerate digitalization, inclusive recovery, political and economic reform, or will it be vice versa? Will the pandemic push towards a new perspective of cooperation, which goes beyond traditional regional divide? More concretely, will vaccination campaign be an opportunity to work together, as it happened in the European Union, with huge problem, we have to admit? And will the pandemic and vaccination allow to go beyond national priorities? If we look at the world level, the impression so far is not encouraging, as we see a surge of nationalism exactly at the moment in which cooperation and the global approach are the only way out of the crisis. Will it be different in West Asia? Can it be different? And what will be the impact on the region of Western vaccine nationalism? Will it further dilute Western influence in the region in favor of Russia and China? These are the main challenges that lie ahead from my point of view, as a European who looks at West Asia. I'm afraid more question than answer, but I'm sure the session today will deal with these topics, and I'm sure Rome Med this year in December, you're all invited, will contribute as well to give some solution or some answer to all these questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Magri, for this very interesting comparative analysis between different regions on the issue of COVID and how COVID can be accelerating some processes and how it can freeze some of the others. It was very, very penetrating, and we do appreciate your Med dialogue conferences, and we hope to see you in person with other colleagues. Now we move to Brussels, Dr. Mark Otte, and can you hear me? Yes, of course we have.
I can hear you.
Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation. And for continuing to give a good example on how dialogue between countries and cultures can happen. I think IPIS has done a great job in the past years, and I'm happy to see you again. So I would like to come back. Of course, I agree with what the preceding speakers have said, but I would like to come back on the issue of the pandemic, because it is, of course, in itself a threat to health. It's a threat to human life, but it's a threat to humanity too. I think we must be aware that this is maybe the first step into a world order that is completely upset by the fact that it requires another way to conduct international relations, but also that it is complicated and complex, and for policymakers, it means that they have to rely on other advice and other science than the one they usually have done in the past few years. or in the past in general. I think what is important is that the world order is no longer what it used to be, and it's a disorder for the time being, and that the disorder in the MENA region is a regional disorder in a more global one. It's important to realize that it is no longer possible to conduct international relations the way they have been conducted in view of what is of the challenges ahead. The pandemic is a warning about other challenges that affects not only specific regions but the world in general. The issue of climate change will be with us for a long time and will be with the next generations for a long time too. What are the winds of changes? Well, the winds of changes are probably first the expectations from a new American administration to deal with the world differently, to re-engage. As President Biden said, America is back, but it's still too early to judge if that will succeed or not. The United States are also very busy with the health situation and its impact on the economy, and what we've seen recently from the American administration is a focus on that. The second issue is the new players, or the new way the players are influencing the conduct of international relations. In your region, it's the return of Russia, it's the new assertiveness of Turkey as a dominant regional power, as you see in Syria, but also in Libya. It is the slowly increasing presence of China in the region for economic reasons mainly. That is another issue that we share between Europe and the Middle East, and that we have to discuss with our Chinese partners. So my view is that we have to identify the issues that we have to deal with in the future, but also in the immediate, in the present, and to see how these can be better handled than they have been handled before. I think of climate change, I think of water, I think of demography, I think of refugee issues, and all these issues are clearly not being solved by each going its own way. How can you deal with the water issue between Israel and the Palestinians and Jordan without having them work together? How can you deal with the regime of the rivers like the Euphrates without involving all the countries that are dependent on its course? And how do you deal with the change in our societies, because they become younger, the role of women has become more important and decisively tackled in principle by seeing more women access to power, but also to see how women in conflict are becoming important actors that you cannot just neglect. So I would say that there are signs of positive developments with the approach that some countries in the Gulf, for instance, have been doing by simply working at navigation in the Gulf. There is the Hope project that has been promoted by Iran, and there is also the issue or the phenomenon of quote-unquote normalization with Israel by Arab countries. All that has to be taken as a global approach, and as Mr. Eliasson said, the EU has developed recently another view of the comprehensive approach to security. All that needs to be taken into a package that needs to be discussed in the proper area, in the proper framework, either to be created or to be reinforced. The OSCE example has been mentioned in that respect. But I think when it comes to the region, any scenario that would be successful must be regionally owned. It's the responsibility of the countries of the region and the people of the region to say to the rest of the world how they want to live together and meet the challenges that were mentioned in the previous interventions. And for the external world is simply to provide the assistance, the help, the cooperation that is needed when people of the region have decided what is their long-term future. With that, I'll stop because the other things have been said already by the previous speakers. Thank you very much. And if I may stop by saying Happy Nowruz to all the Iranian people.
Thank you. Happy Nowruz to you also, and thank Dr. Otter for your very interesting concept of the new way of running international affairs and agenda setting, issue identification, and the proper way of framing. Now we move to Beijing, and we have distinguished scholar Professor Xin Shuan from a very important institute in Beijing, CIR, and I hope you hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you, Chairman. It's my great honor to attend the meeting held by IPIS. Thank you for the invitation from IPIS. I would share a few points with you about what is the difficulties United States is facing today in West Asia. I think firstly, the first challenge for United States is to keep a balance between disengagement from West Asia and keeping reliable deterrence in West Asia. On the one hand, the United States want to reduce its diplomatic, political, and military resources in the Middle East. The Biden administration has proposed the so-called minimalist Middle East policy. Actually, in his first 100 days, foreign policy is not his first priorities. Among foreign policy, Middle East is not on the priority list. But unfortunately, after just 1 month, President Biden took office. He took military airstrike on Syria. The Trump administration did that 3 months after he took office. So on the one hand, the United States wanted to disengage from the Middle East. But on the other hand, actually it's already took military action in the Middle East. In the past 10 years, Both Obama administration and the Trump administration have promised to reduce military deployment in the Middle East. But the result is that just before left over office, Obama has increased the military deployment in the Middle East. Trump has dramatically increased the military deployment in the Middle East. So how can Biden administration keep disengagement and deterrence balanced? It's a difficult job. It's a delicate balance. The second challenge I think the United States is facing is that the Biden administration emphasized the human rights and the value. At the same time, the Biden administration wants to keep a strong alliance with Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. So just 2 weeks ago, the Biden administration has published the investigation report on Khashoggi incident, but he did not significantly punish Saudi Arabia. So that showed the dilemma between emphasizing value and keep strong alliance in the Middle East. The Biden administration criticized Trump administration's tolerance of authoritarian rules in the Middle East. But unfortunately, most of the United States allies in the Middle East is not the democratic regime. So how to balance the two goals is a great challenge. The third challenge is that how can the United States keep a balance between engagement with Iran and containment on Iran? So until now, the Biden administration wants to do both, but that is conflicting goals. How can it keep that delicate balance? So I stopped here. Thank you.
For your very interesting analysis of U.S. contradictions, actually, and contradicting trends in U.S. policies in the Middle East and in West Asia. Very illuminating. Now we turn to New Delhi to our good friend Professor Arvind Gupta from the Conrad International Foundation. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Sajjadpur. Thank you very much for inviting me to this discussion of eminent panelists. And I want to thank Khatib Zadeh for laying down a very interesting introduction in which he talked about the changing world order. And I agree with him that the world order is in a transition, and pandemic has both accelerated some changes and also frozen some other changes and some other trends. When I look at what is happening in the world today, there is a lot of doom and gloom all around us, a lot of pessimism, and quite rightly so, because the world order, which was established by the victors of the Second World War, is now under deep stress, and there are now new players. They have also to be accommodated in this world order. We are also new equations, power equations that are emerging, and I think the major powers, they will have to recalibrate their equations for peace and stability. The pandemic has unleashed many negative trends. Globalization is now under threat, and this is will have to be recalibrated, as well as we see the global supply chains have been disrupted, but this also gives us an opportunity to make and construct new supply chains, keeping in mind the interests of other players which I talked about. We have also seen that the pandemic has deepened poverty in many parts of the world. Unemployment has increased, and economic recovery is slow in most parts of the world, and the impact will last very long. And it is not just the one virus, but now we are seeing the mutations of the virus. We might even see more pandemics in the future. So we are now seeing that the traditional approaches to security and politics will have to be changed. And it is very important that we bring to the fore in our discussion beyond the geopolitics. We should think of issues like poverty and health security and kind of issues that we have talked about for a long time, but not really done very much. And of course, we should not forget that there are already existential threats that we are faced with, things like climate change, for instance. So it's a very complicated and complex situation. But this is the time of thinking creatively, and we must really breathe new life into cooperation, global cooperation, multilateralism, and so on. And we need new principles for this to happen. India and Iran and some other countries, they are civilizational states. There is a lot of experience going back into centuries that we have with us, and we must join hands in discovery of new principles for cooperation, which are practical. Prime Minister Modi has been emphasizing Vasudev Kutumbakam, which is old ancient thinking, which basically means the world is one, the world is a family. This is, I think, an approach that we should all adopt so that there can be genuine global cooperation. So far as India is concerned, the pandemic, of course, has hit us hard, but I think there are some positive signs. And India was fortunate that we had a large capacity to manufacture the vaccines, and we have already vaccinated about 30 million people, and this is the world's largest vaccination program which is going on. While we are vaccinating our own people, we have also supplied vaccines to about 70 countries. And very recently, just a few days ago, there was this summit meeting of the 4 Quad countries, which you would have read about in the context of Indo-Pacific. And one of the major projects that they undertook was that the 4 countries will come together and manufacture 1 billion doses of vaccine, which would be used to meet the needs of the countries in the region. So I think there are many models which are available to us based on global cooperation, which will help us mitigate the threat of the pandemic. And we must join hands. But geopolitics is a cruel thing, I think, and we cannot be oblivious of the fact that new power equations are forming. The relationship between the great powers is very important. Return of Russia was talked about. I think US and China will also have to sort out their relationship because it impacts the whole world. And of course, the interests of the other players, regional players, will also have to be taken into account. So India is ready to join hands with the other countries. We have in the Middle East improved our relations with most countries now. And with Iran, we have especially a close relationship. The connectivity projects that we have, particularly in the Chabahar Shahid Beheshti port, is a very important project because It provides connectivity to the CIS through the North-South Trade Corridor and also to the Central Asia through the Chabahar. Now, these are some examples of excellent cooperation in which I think we can work. The short point that I'm trying to make is that COVID-19 gives us an opportunity to rethink about the principles of cooperation for our new world. And here we can join this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your very interesting analysis of the necessity for new principles in international relations, and also bringing the issue of civilizational states as well as the COVID and its impact, and sharing us with us on Indian experience. Now we had a very interesting overview of different trends, issues, very complex dynamism that we have. I think now it's time for, I thank every panelist. It was rich, indeed rich, and I was enriched. Now I think it's time for question and answer, and my co-chair, Mr. Tawai, would pose some questions to the panelists.
Thank you very much. I hope I have the time to give to each.
May I suggest you to pose each question to each of them in order to let them that the time is limited, right. And then they answer, but you also set the order.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start with Dr. Elias, and if I may, when you started your statements, it was very interesting because it was a sense of optimism and yet pessimism regarding the arms trade that you talked about, where there were a leveling off of sorts that you said, based on the report that you released yesterday. At the same time, for the West Asia or Middle East region, there was a 25% increase. Now, somehow, if you can tie in what obviously you have at the center of your statements, in one respect, the whole issue of security, of which was interesting that you said, does security equate to having a military prowess or power? And you also repeated the word trust a number of times in your statements. How can we make sure that all of that ties into, ultimately, in the West Asia region, for example, to have a region where there's going to be stability? We have Dr. Rouhani in the UNGA that talked about the Hormuz Peace Initiative. You talked about the Resolution 598, where, again, peace is at the core of it. Tie in these different issues for us, if you may, and if you are optimistic about it.
Well, thank you very much. One of my major points is, of course, that we have a chance, we have an opportunity now, in a strange and paradoxical way. We need to think about the world after COVID-19. What kind of world would we want to create? And we have the chance to do that. There is a new change, there's a change of administration in the US, and there is awareness that we need to take different directions. And I think we need to focus very strongly now on reducing this enormous mistrust. The mistrust is dangerous because it is the mistrust that causes this arms race. And to see this arms race in your own region is, in my view, a sign that you need to do even more work on increasing trust and cooperation in your region. And there are mechanisms that are clearly there, and they are not only the right thing to do, they're also in the enlightened self-interest. They have to do with economic cooperation, they have to do with people-to-people exchanges, security dialogues. This is important for all of us. So I think we should try to change concept. Now, it is a world in transition, yes, but we should see the chance to move away from these dangerous trends that we have now. I am worried about, for instance, the polarization inside our own countries that we see in Europe and the United States, and where international cooperation is considered a problem. We have to come back to some basics. That international cooperation, trust building is crucial, and that we should try to increase the hope factors in a time of very problematic threats. And the hope factors are there. We have the role of women, as Mark Otte said. We have the enormous dynamics of youth. We have the power of knowledge and education. And we have international cooperation that we must keep up. And we have to do that in the interest of our own people. Because foreign policy today is not a domain outside the domestic realm. It's intertwined. So to do as well as possible with people at home for peace, security, prosperity, and human contacts is also a contribution to international peace. So I'm both pessimistic and optimistic. I usually say that I am an optimist who worries a lot. But we need to take care of the worries and go ahead with a more positive approach, and to take this opportunity that the pandemics, which is such a hurting phenomenon, should be seen as a possibility for us to make a fresh start.
Okay, Dr. Magri, obviously the pandemic has been at the core of what has been discussed today somewhat. You talked about it at length and how it has affected Europe, given that Europe has been one of the worst affected. At the same time, we're talking about transitions coming out of the pandemic, and to see if there's a learning process that can be involved, because it seems like the world order obviously has changed. How do you foresee that transition happening? I mean, is it a transition that needs to occur, or is a transition back to the way it was, if that's even feasible? Because every corner of the world has been affected by this pandemic. How do you foresee that?
You know, I steal the words I just heard on optimism and pessimism, and on this transition, I'm a little bit pessimistic in the short run, and I want to be more optimistic in the medium run. Why am I pessimistic in the short run? Why am I a little bit optimistic in the medium run? Because in the short, we are discussing in an ideal world, what we are discussing on the pandemic is technical issues. And technical issues are the one we should be able to work together. The technical issues are authorization of vaccine, production of vaccine, distribution of vaccine. So in an ideal world, we should be able to work together in jointly find a way to authorize with the correct regulation vaccine. We find the best way to produce them when there is a lack of them, and to find the best way to distribute them among our countries, between countries. But this, in the short run, this technical issue has become a political issue. There is a vaccine diplomacy on authorization. There is vaccine diplomacy on production and distribution, with blocking export and all these stories that we are hearing. So we built up a mess on a technical issue, and this will not change in the short run. Each country, each leader needs to show to his voters that he's doing something good. And doing something good for their voter could mean doing something bad for the others. Why am I a little bit more optimistic in the medium term? Because first, eventually, the situation will improve. By definition. We don't know when. And I'm a little bit optimistic because what we are watching right now is what the world watched in the 18th century with a cholera pandemic. And at that time, the states understood it was not enough to handle the pandemic country by country, and the system of international conference, which eventually led to the UN, was started. It took many years, but the pandemic was the starting point for states to realize that it was not enough to handle cholera with internal regulation, because if Italy was successful and Switzerland was not, that was the end of the story. So I'm a little bit more optimistic because we will experience after the mess, after the storm, the need to work together at the regional level, at the world level. It will take time, but as in the past, it brought eventually to some new form of cooperation. It may lead also in this case.
This cooperation, Dr. Otte, is something that's key, pivotal in order for countries to grow out of what negative effects the pandemic has placed. You also talked about the world order, and specifically you said the world order is now a disorder. So to come out of this disorder through cooperation, how can countries do that? The winds of change by the U.S. that you mentioned, which is too early to tell by the new U.S. administration, why should the U.S. be the one defining it if that is perhaps what you intended to say there?
No, I didn't intend to say that the U.S. should be leading alone and only. And at this point in time, when we have lived with a very difficult 4 years of American leadership, it's up to the others, to the traditional partners, but also not the so-traditional partners, to lead the way. And I think one of the main things that I would say is necessary to overcome all the obstacles and all the difficulties and problems that the world is facing at the moment is leadership. If I take the example of the European Union, it is a peace project at the bottom of things, and it was obvious that it was to try cooperation before there was trust, and for that to happen, there was need for leadership, and the leadership of several European statesmen made it possible to happen. Like after World War II and the Cold War, U.S. leadership was important to create a transatlantic relations that was defending the values and the political system that was going to be the end of a confrontation between East and West, between the two big powers during the Cold War, and resulted into cooperative security manifested by first the OSCE, but also some arms control regimes. You don't need to be friends in order to build trust. You need to be ready to accept the conditions of a transactional approach to things, and to work also with the next generations in order to not only work with them but listen to them. I think you've seen in the climate issue how young people took their role into their own hands, and I think that is still something that will continue to be important. So the obstacle that the pandemic has created to international relations is also going to be solved by leadership. Not by leadership from one region of the world, but all the regions in the world, and in better understanding of culture, civilizations, and an approach to human development. And as we talk about security, I think also about human security, as outlined in the UNDP Arab Development Reports, for instance. I think it's very important.
Well, security is something that obviously is very important for the region. Dr. Jinchun, you began with the U.S. and you talked about promises by the U.S. to disengage from the West Asia region, which was something that was heralded by the new U.S. president in terms of being a man whose administration and himself would symbolize the promotion of peace. But yet, as you said, the disappointment came rather quickly when it militarily struck Syria. So when we look at what is going on with the U.S. and its foreign policy, here we are in Tehran where we're promoting dialogue. The Tehran Dialogue Forum is one of the initiatives that Tehran has set forward. What do you foresee in the future when it comes to the U.S. Vis-a-vis this region, in particular in Iran, since you talked about Iran and the U.S. engagement with Iran? Where do you see that going? And overall, do you see the U.S. To refrain from its somewhat aggressive policies, in particular when it comes to China, as we have seen how that has now been continued by the current U.S. president by applying the predecessor's actions towards China?
Okay, I don't think the United States-China policy, between the United States-China policy and the United States-West Asia policy, between two have a very close relationship. So right now, we still don't know what is the Biden's China policy. We wait and see. I think there are very heated debate among Biden administration and among United States. But even if the Biden administration follow the Trump administration's China policy, they will compete with China globally. But I think the West Asia is the least area which will be affected by the competition between China and the United States. The reason is that I mentioned that the United States is disengaging from the West Asia. And China's role in the West Asia is mainly manifested by its economic presence. China has not yet deeply involved in West Asia in the security area and military area. So there is more bigger conflicting interest between China and the United States. So I stop here.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, the thing that caught me in statements that you made is how you mentioned how major powers actually need to recalibrate for peace and security. Tell us how this recalibration can actually take place, given the fact that you're looking, as you mentioned, into a changing world order, a transition to come out of this pandemic, because I would think that it's a major challenge to do that. And if there's a recalibration for peace and security, how that can occur in this region that we are in.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think we need to look at security in a more comprehensive way and not simply power politics. And this pandemic has told us and taught us that you cannot neglect, say, health. I would say that you could have future crises which are related to food or water or climate change in general. So I think in the international dialogues, particularly amongst the great powers, they should begin to look at these issues, and perhaps some new opportunities for cooperation might come in. That is the first point. The second point is, this is something that is encapsulated in Prime Minister Modi's policies, in which he has given a slogan called Sagar, which is security and growth for all. Now, which you cannot have a world order based on inequities. So if you treat everybody equally, and of course there will be differences in terms of there will be power differentials and so on. But if you look at human security, which was mentioned, then I think the approach to the difficult security issues can change. So I think that's one way of recalibrating the New World Order. But if we don't do that, and if we repeat the mistakes that were done after the Second World War, then perhaps the things might turn out to be worse, because today we are living in an age of technology, and technology has both a positive and a negative side to it. And there could be a major downside to the technology, which could lead to further problems. So I think equity is very important, and this tendency to be unilateralist in one's approaches needs to be caught.
Thank you for that. And we save the best for last, as the saying goes. Mr. Khatib Zadeh, thank you for your patience. Looking at the biggest question in this region, we live in a very sensitive area. So my question to you is, what challenges exist in this region, and how could there be a collective effort in order to bring about a regional peace and stability?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your very accurate and precise question. Actually, first of all, I would like to thank all the panelists, because I really enjoyed our panel. Whatever we discussed today was very interesting. But addressing your question, I would like to say that our region, unfortunately, is entrapped in different set of challenges that we have to be very careful to understand, and then think how actually we can overcome those challenges. Probably the main challenges that we are just seeing in our region is the structural challenges versus situational challenges that we are seeing in our region. The structural violence that we see in our region, to the extent that most of our region is in the permanent war from Syria to Yemen. The structural deficiencies of many governments that has resulted in poverty and underdevelopment of many parts of the region. And also we are facing different conceptual deficiencies. There is a reductionism of understandings of our region. There are those who reduces the problem to one or two simple issues to understand it, or there is oversimplification of the issues, or fast food analysis, as my good friends Dr. Sajjad will always call it as fast food analysis, that they would like to reduce everything to one or two lenses. For example, those who are arguing that everything from the Palestinian issue to the Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan can be actually analyzed through the sectarian lenses, which is not accurate. So if I conclude, I can say, or wrap up, I can say that we need to change in the cognitive map of our most of the governments in our region. There is a cognitive problem. There are those who think in a zero-sum game way of thinking about the issues, or the problem of excluding one or the other party from regional and international arrangements. There is a problem of deficiencies of the plans for our region. Extra-regional plans which have been imposed on our region have all failed. We need to adopt a homegrown regional plans that we can actually use the opportunities and ample opportunities that we can see in our region. And I do believe that the HOPE initiative, which is based on homegrown criteria, I think that is a good ground to build on that more comprehensive, inclusive regional arrangement.
Thank you very much for that. And now pass on to Dr. Sajjad. Thank you. We only went 7 minutes over time.
No, that's acceptable. I think we had a very rich panel, as I said, very good questions and answers section. I learned from all the panelists. I thank all of them. I don't want to wrap up, but quickly, since I'm very interested in concepts and conceptualizations, I think we talked about three concepts. A, assumptions. Assumptions should be changed because there is a new setting and we cannot work with the old assumptions. B, building blocks of international politics today differ from what was in the past, be it human security, be it COVID, be it different vertical and horizontal challenges. And finally, I think there is a C here, that is cooperation is key. And we need to work on cooperation, different format of cooperation, different settings, and I think cooperation is needed in all times. And I think today's meeting was reflection of cooperation between our institute and the other institutes in different parts of the world, and between Iran and friendly relations around the world. And we hope to continue cooperation. And again, I thank every panelist, and we hope for more interaction, and we hope to see each of you in person in Tehran and in your capitals or other places. With this I end, and we will return at 2 p.m. Tehran time for another good panel with a good number of people from all over the world, and from Iran also, and that would be also a panel of discussion on regional issues. Thanks, and see you at 2 p.m. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Welcome back for those of you who have been watching us, and for those of you who join us, welcome. I'm Kazem Sajjadpour, the president of IPIS, Institute for Political and International Studies, and this is the second panel of Tehran Dialogue Forum, which is focusing on West Asian neighborhood sub-regions and connectivity, and we have very distinguished panelists in this panel from the region and from abroad, and we have, I just named them, we have Dr. Abbas Araghchi, Deputy of Foreign Minister for Political Affairs. We have Dr. Lola Rashid Al Khater, Assistant Foreign Minister and the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. We have His Excellency Khairullah, Deputy Foreign Minister of Iraq. We have His Excellency Sheikh Khalifa bin Isa Al-Harthi, Under Secretary for Diplomatic Affairs of Oman. We have Professor Nomkin, the famous academician from Russian Federation. We have Dr. Ambassador Duclos from France. We have Dr. Muhammad Taqdir from Indonesia. In this order, we start the meeting. Each of the panelists have between 4 and 5 minutes to review what they have on these different issues related to the region, West Asian neighborhood as we call it. Then after listening to these presentations, my co-chair, Mr. Kovey Taqwai, the distinguished anchorman of Press TV and a well-respected anchorman in our press community, would be the co-chair and would ask questions from the panelists. With this introduction, I go immediately to His Excellency Dr. Araghchi for his opening remark, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure to be with you this afternoon, and I thank IPIS for inviting me to this important discussion. Well, and a very good afternoon to all panelists with whom I have the pleasure to be in this panel. Well, to begin with, I should say that the West Asia is a complex region with intertwined and diverse sub-regions. The occurrence of 4 large-scale wars between the Arabs and the Israeli regime, 3 great wars in the Persian Gulf, 1 war in Afghanistan, 3 civil wars, and finally the emergence and growth of sophisticated terrorist groups are the factors that have made this region a really dangerous region. The West Asia suffers from a paradoxical situation. It is the most inflamed region, but at the same time the most intertwined region in the world. This region has deep cultural and religious commonalities that unite nations, so that we can consider the peoples of West Asia as members of the same family. In the West Asia, issues have found international nature. Thus, the problems that arise in this region, even if they take place within the borders of one country, are often considered as multidimensional and international issues. Examples are many: Yemeni civil war, Syrian crisis, Libyan civil war, and the situation in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and other places. The West Asian region is a region of failed or unfinished solutions. Despite the different ideas, a common understanding of the problems has not been formed so far, and consequently, no idea has led to a joint cooperation in the region. Apart from some initiatives, there is no meaningful and comprehensive channel for dialogue and cooperation, and there is little real diplomacy other than verbal confrontations. Many issues and problems in the West Asia have been left without finding a suitable solution. To find a solution, I believe we have to take into consideration the following principles and necessities. First, countries in the region must reach a common understanding of mutual interests, opportunities, threats, and intentions. This requires continuous channels of dialogue to overcome fundamental suspicions. Iran's foreign policy seeks to create a model for dialogue amongst regional actors in the context of regional turmoil. Iran's proposal to establish a regional dialogue forum could be a rational option based on the common interest of the region. 2. The missing link in West Asia and its subregions is confidence. And what is necessary is confidence building. Moving in this direction requires a common sense of need. The nations of the region expect to reach their proper position in terms of economy, welfare, security, and contribution to human civilization. This need is a real and tangible thing for all countries in the region. 3. The countries of the region should not act as the balancer of each other, but should use their capabilities and resources in a synergistic way to achieve the common good of the region. The performance of regional powers should not be in the opposition direction of each other. For example, while a regional power such as Iran is fighting to the best of its ability to eliminate terrorist groups such as Daesh, other regional powers should not financially and militarily support these groups. And finally, any coalition with the presence of the countries of the region should be in the interest of the region and not against countries from the region. The artificial and unstable coalitions that we are witnessing today are doomed to failure and contrary to the direction of building trust and cooperation. Coalitions will be successful if they are based on regional commonalities and real needs of the region, not on external impositions. Well, this is what I wanted to share with you at the beginning of our discussion, and I think this can open the discussion and can give you a glance of what we think in Iran and our readiness to cooperate in this framework.
Thank you very much for your very solution-oriented analysis. You identified different ways that we can overcome the challenges in this unfinished ideas and failed projects. You offered some very good workable practical steps. Now we move to Doha. Her Excellency Mrs. Al-Khater, I congratulate you for very successful Doha Forum. You did a very good job and I enjoyed it, and we welcome you in this discussion, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Sajjadpour. We're actually honored and glad to have you as one of the speakers in the Doha Forum, as well as His Excellency Dr. Zarif as well. I would like to thank the Institute for Political and International Studies for their I'm not sure if my voice was good. Apparently I was muted. So
I think there should be a little microphone adjustment on your side. We hear you, but it's not well. Yeah.
Can you hear me well now? Or?
I think it's better a little bit.
Let me move it closer.
Yes, it's good. Please.
That's great. So once again, allow me just to reiterate my thanks to you, Professor Sajjadpour. We're glad to have you here at the Doha Forum, and of course to have His Excellency Dr. Zarif here with the forum. I would like also to extend my thanks to the Institute for Political and International Studies for their kind invitation, and I'm very glad and honored to be part of this panel with the esteemed colleagues, professors, and excellencies. If you allow me in my introductory remarks, I would like to try and answer what I think is one of the main issues and questions that we're trying to address in this session. And I should also say that this is such a timely topic to talk about West Asia sub-region and the connectivity of issues. So the main question I'll try to address is, why do we have such a set of problems, complexities, challenges that sometimes reach the level of even civil wars in some parts of the region? And some of the derivatives of this question is, why is this region from Central Asia to the Levant so relevant to many international actors? In my answer, I'll try to have two sets of factors. The first set is exogenous factors, and the second set is endogenous factors. Now, I'm not suggesting that these two sets do not interact with each other. To the contrary of that, but very much intertwined and interconnected. So if I start with the exogenous factors, in my opinion, there are three main factors and then a number of other sub-factors. The first one would be historical legacies of many actors at the global level and in other regions close to the region we're trying to address here. Those historical legacies take multiple forms. Obviously, the imperial legacy, colonial legacy would be one manifestation of that. And this creates a sense of sometimes moral responsibility maybe towards some countries, and a set of other complexities beyond even moral responsibilities. Let's take Afghanistan, and when we talk about legacies, we're not necessarily talking about old legacies, we can talk about more recent legacies. The Cold War, Afghanistan, and the people of Afghanistan and different sects had to deal with the reality that their land was just a land for many proxies. And the effect and impact of that remained for a while. So that's the first factor when it comes to exogenous factors, historical legacies. The second factor might sound rather interesting. That is the commitment expressed by a number of international actors towards the security of Israel. Now, this plays out in a number of portfolios. I claim plays out in the portfolio of Syria. In the case of Iraq, there are a number of reasons why Iraq is relevant, but one of them would be this, at least during a particular period of time. I claim even the Islamic Republic of Iran, of course, it's relevant for a number of reasons to the international community, but one of which would be the expressed commitment by a number of international actors towards the security of Israel. Now, one might wonder here and pose a very valid question and make a very valid observation that the same international actors show commitment towards other countries in the region as well, the security of the people of the region as well. That's a very valid observation. Yet there is one main structural difference between the two commitments. The first commitment towards the security of Israel, I claim, is a commitment that is unconditional. In the discourse, if you analyze the discourse, it's just unconditional. To put it in more academic terms, it's just an independent factor. Whereas the commitment, the expressed commitment in the discourse towards the rest of the region and the people of the region is almost always dependent on other factors. The two main factors being the question of migration, refugees, and illegal migration in general. And the second one would be the violent extremism and terrorism phenomenon. So in other words, there is a structural difference. And just to reiterate, I was giving the second factor of why this region is relevant to a number of international factors, and this is the second of the exogenous factors I want to discuss. The third one would be the centrality of this region in general to trade routes internationally. The One Belt One Road, if we are to look east, this region is very central to it. If we look at the state of Hormuz, I mean, more than 60% of the international energy is being exported through the state of Hormuz. In addition to the resources that exist in a number of countries in this region, the West Asia region. In other words, this region will always remain very relevant to the international community for those three aforementioned factors, in addition to many other sub-factors, obviously. The endogenous factors, and I'll try to be brief, not to take anyone's time as well, would be, in my opinion, two main factors, and then sub-factors as well. The two main factors would be, one is the failure in a number of countries in the region between Central Asia to the Levant to create an inclusive social contract. And this inclusive social contract is just the basis of any nation state. This failure that lasted for decades had to explode at one point in time. And unfortunately, the explosion was just very tragic. The second endogenous factor would be the political legitimacy of many authorities, many regimes in this region in general, and the determination of that legitimacy and political legitimacy. It was a process. It didn't happen overnight. It took decades, specifically from the period after the colonial era, basically, when the regimes back then, governments back then, had their legitimacy through capitalizing on anti-colonial sentiments. But then over time, there was a new generation that did not necessarily relate to those achievements, let's say, of the older generation. And this left many of the governments in this region with one of two options. It's either to transform into a more representative system of governance, or to resort to what we can call the legitimacy of economic achievement. So for them to be economically prosperous, to provide for the people, and to have high basically performance or all development indicators, and what could have been a good substitution to the eroding, basically, political legitimacy that was fading over time. And with this comment, I'd like to conclude, not to take much of your time, but more than happy to address any other questions or learn more into any of those points. Professor Sajjad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It was a very interesting, very organized and structurally designed analysis of the situation as it is, and we do benefit from your very comprehensive wisdom of the situation of the region. Also, you had solution in your analysis, which I think is well taken. Now we move to Oman, to Muscat. Your Excellency, Sheikh Khalifa, floor is yours. And before you start, may I ask other panelists to close their mic, because there would be echo on the noise, so when only one mic is open, we can hear better. Please. We cannot hear you. I think we cannot hear you. No.
It's clear.
Yes, now it's clear, please. I think it's again disconnected. I don't know, Mike, is it from there or is... Okay, if you let us, we move to the next speaker and then come back to you, because I think there's a technical problem. So we move to Baghdad. We have Deputy Foreign Minister. Oh, now they tell me it is connected with Muscat. So, Your Excellency, please continue.
Professor, Excellency, participants, first of all, let me say that I am pleased to see some of my old colleagues, Ambassador Khairallah, whom we used to be together in Cairo, and to see again Dr. Abbas Arashi, we met here a few months ago. I would like to express my pleasure to attend virtually this forum, and I thank our brothers in Tehran for the invitation. I pass the good wishes of His Excellency Minister Sayyid Badr bin Hamid Al Busaidi for the success of your forum. We value our relations and friendship with Iran, as we both are sharing the same neighborhood, and we appreciate the engagement with Iran in many issues concerning our region. Regarding our region, I would like here to commend the outcome of the GCC Al-Ula Summit, which took place in Saudi Arabia a few months ago. And we welcome the reconciliation between Qatar and the 4 Arab countries. And also we appreciate the role which have been played by Kuwait, which we supported full-heartedly. And we think this reconciliation definitely will enhance cooperation and security within the GCC and the region as a whole. In the other issues, we reaffirm the position of the Sultanate to work with all relevant actors to bring peace and resolutions to issues and conflict in our region. With the new administration in Washington, we think there are windows of opportunities to settle some of the issues like in Yemen and the JCPOA. We welcome the commitment of the Biden administration to engage through dialogue to find out what are the possibilities and exchange views in how to go forward in these issues. We commend here also the role of the European Union and some of the European countries who are also engaged in some of the conflicts in the region. In Yemen, we support the efforts of the Special Envoy of the UN, and we continue also to support the humanitarian efforts and by the UN. And as some of you know, Oman is a hub in a way to many of the assistance which goes to Yemen through the Sultanate. We are quite sure that all parties who are involved in the above mentioned issues are committed to resolve the differences through diplomatic means. And regardless to some obstacles which we see now, we are pretty hopeful that at the end there will be a common ground for these parties to talk and enter into political process to tackle all the remaining difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Very interesting overview of a very good neighbor and friend, Oman, on different regional issues, and very comprehensive one, and thank you so much. Now we move to Baghdad to His Excellency Khairullah for his comments on the region. Do you hear me? Yes. The floor is yours. Do we have Baghdad? Huh? No, sir. So I think the voice is closed. So may you open the mic, unmute, yeah. We have the picture, but the voice. Is it from here or from Baghdad? May you open, Your Excellency, may you open your mic? I think it is muted. You have to unmute your microphone.
I did actually.
Oh, now I hear you. Yeah, now I hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Excellency, friends, I'm really pleased to see my old friends, Mr. Arakchi and our colleagues in Kahira, and some friends from France, where I served recently in France as ambassador. I would like to thank you for this invitation, and I think it's really a real opportunity for a dialogue in very critical matters concerning the region. In Iraq, we have made a special effort to create some kind of stability, and especially in the last 2 years after our successful fight against Daesh, and we made as current government to fight corruption and prepare for the 5th general election in Iraq. And we are really proud for all the successful effort that's been done in the last few years. This is why actually I'm not sure about the categories in relation to assess the crisis in these countries, which is I didn't look Iraq as one of the categories being settled there. We do believe, and this is really important, that what we need is a regional dialogue and coherence and collective effort, which is this missing actually in the regional setting. All the regional organizations being set up actually it took as a platform for solving differences, not finding a solution. And this is a real problem. What we need to see and assess the regional organization and the way they're solving the problem. We have seen a missing role to certain regional organizations in solving crises in Yemen, in Syria, in Libya. We do support all the international effort in Libya recently by United Nations, in Yemen. And this is a real problem. What we need as a regional country to think seriously about our cooperation, creating a real dialogue between the countries, try to have a collective effort in solving problems. Of course, I'm congratulate Qimmat al-Ula recently between the Gulf state, the special effort from Kuwait. We do value our strategic relation with the Republic, Islamic Republic of Iran. And we do work together with our neighboring countries. What we need actually cooperation in terms of transportation, environment, counterterrorism, fighting corruption, and creating a mandate for this kind of dialogue. And dialogue should not actually be in the level of officials. We need to engage civil society, university, youth, and I do believe this is really important. Nowadays, I do agree there is some kind of opportunity with the new US administration. Our assessment probably that US administration put the Middle East in the 5th, 6th place in their priorities. But I think the way we need to work together as a countries to create a mandate for dialogue and solving these kind of problems. I know that international and regional factors sometimes making things more complicated. Probably our percentage of youth population, this is another problem, that actually we didn't meet expectation of this population. This is why we need to look carefully on the way programs, administration to find actually a real opportunity for youth to engage on public life. We had a lot of challenges, whether in my country and the government taking that into consideration and we give it priorities, but also in the region in general. We do value that our engagement with European countries, with the United States, with the United Nations, but I could tell there is a missing role for the regional countries on solving the crisis. And this is a real problem. What we need to build the confidence, and we need to have some kind of a new strategy in the way that exchange trade, investment, movement of individual, and partnership. And this is why if we have a constructive dialogue between the countries in the region, because collective security is really important. We didn't have enough confidence on exchanges intelligence information between countries. I think there is a real opportunity to create some kind of platform for this kind of discussion. But I thank you very much for this invitation, and I hope I will listen to all these kind of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your participation and your contribution, especially your emphasis on a more comprehensive dialogue and multi-layer which includes different aspects of regional life. Thank you so much. Now we move to Moscow to academician Noamkin. The floor is yours, Professor. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear?
Yes, yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, first of all, especially Dr. Sajjadpour, for inviting me to this very important conference. It's my pleasure to attend it. So in this short presentation, I would like to tackle the issue of Russia's proposal on collective security structure arrangement in the Gulf region. We don't need to repeat that this region is extremely important globally and regionally, and the people, as everywhere in the Middle East, are suffering from terrorism, extremism, from the lack of resources, armed conflicts, different other problems, pandemic, of course, which added weight to these problems, sanctions against certain nations, which the people are suffering from, and some other problems, but most importantly, those differences that cause these conflicts and disagreements among the states and the nations in the region. So, given all that, Russia believes that the idea of collective security is the only way out of these problems, to bring people together based on common interest of all actors, all nations in this region, plus international actors who are also interested in security, given the importance of the Gulf, especially in the field of economics, of the hydrocarbon resources, so oil and gas, and so on and so forth. So we can see that this idea, which is the old idea of Russia, and in the beginning it was met with some, not very positive attitude, but now everybody is coming to the idea of collective security, its importance. Now, His Excellency, Deputy Foreign Minister of Iraq, for instance, said this. Ambassador Duclos, by the way, attended our conference we organized in Moscow about, I think, more than a year from now. And now more and more people are speaking about it. So Russia's concept of this collective security arrangement is based on certain common principles. I'm not going to repeat what is known to many diplomats in the region and outside the region, but in principle, the main idea is to mobilize public opinion across the region and outside the region so on the basis of international law and the UN Charter and the UN Security Council resolutions to come together and to make this new security, collective security arrangement, which should be universal and comprehensive, shared by all actors, all states, all parties. And it should include the areas of military, economic, and energy dimensions and spheres of work. The progress, in the view of Russia, progress towards in the establishment of this system, collective security system, can be achieved only on the basis of step-by-step approach. Everybody understands that nobody is mature enough as to come and to hug the neighbors and building this system at once. So there should be some step-by-step approach, and it should be based on consultations, on joint study of the situation, and of course it should come not only to the providing security in the Gulf itself, but trying to find common ground on the issue of different regional conflicts, especially the Libyan conflict, the Syrian conflict, the Yemeni conflict, where the people are suffering from humanitarian disasters and where the situation is extremely bad. We can see that if this system in the Gulf, which in our view can be achieved easier than in the whole region, then this system can be, of course, widened and include the whole area of the Middle East. Of course, Russia is basing its concept on certain ideas, like the commitment to the fight against terrorism, which is still there. For instance, I heard from my American colleagues that the number of the ISIS fighters in Syria is still around, the cells of ISIS are still around 10,000 people, which is extremely bad, despite the fact that the situation is more or less calm and there are less violence there. So we need some more consolidation on this issue. The same thing about mutual obligations of military transparency as probably one of the most important confidence-building measures in the beginning, like dialogue on military doctrines, like establishment of hotlines, exchange of preliminary notifications of military exercises, and so on and so forth. Also, agreements on arms control, which could include establishment of demilitarized zones, will be important. By the way, we did that with Turkey in Syria. I mean, demilitarized zones, and also deconfliction zones with the United States, which helps in providing some common security approaches towards the region, any region. But in the Gulf, in my view, it might be easier. given the objectives of strengthening the NPT-based non-proliferation regime, of course, the zone of the free of weapons of mass destruction can be built in the area. Also, agreements on combating transnational terrorism is a very good idea, which is necessary. The same about illegal migration, drug trafficking, organized crime, and so on and so forth. So Russia also believes that the objective is the creation of such a security and cooperation organization in the Gulf, which is similar to what we had in Europe, in Helsinki. Of course, the situation is different from Europe, and the Gulf is different from Europe. I think in the Persian Gulf has its own environment and its own history, but also the external players can be helpful in providing some sort of, not advices, but share some experience of creating OSCE and so on and so forth. In the beginning, there should be probably first a conference on cooperation and security, after certain consultations organized between all the states of this region. So finally, I think that it's not so difficult to start with some preliminary measures, because multilateralism is the only general approach towards international security, and especially now, I think everybody understands that it should be done on the basis of multilateral approach, and taking into consideration the interests of all states, including, of course, all states in the Persian Gulf. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Nomkin, for bringing to our attention a very clear proposal of Russia on regional security, and we benefited from a solution-oriented from the Russian side. Now we move to Paris. Ambassador Colo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Excellencies, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you for this important panel. Thank you very much again to IPIS for the invitation. Let me be very brief and maybe make very few points, starting from where Professor Nomkin finished. That is to say that there is a contrast, it seems to me, between a growing international consensus on the need for some kind of regional dialogue on one hand, and the current situation in the West Asian neighborhood, which is actually a bad situation, with a tendency to a new escalation, with incidents in the Gulf, in Iraq, elsewhere, Saudi Arabia under attacks, something which reminds us of the situation in 2019 and the beginning of 2020. Once again, in the same time, you see the Russian proposals, you have also Chinese new ideas, and France and other European powers share similar approaches. So how do we start? It seems to me that if the goal is a regional security system, we have to go step by step, as Vitaly Nomkin said. And for me, in the current situation, the priority should be first some kind of conflict management mechanism, especially in the Gulf, and especially in terms of maritime security, because it's very important to avoid any escalation which could go out of control. And a second priority could be, in two cases, you have to be modest, of course, to start with, but the two priority could be a de-escalation mechanism, and if possible, of course, conflict solution oriented for situations such as Yemen or Syria and other cases. In my view, the initiative should come from regional countries themselves, of course, but probably they need the help of external partners, external powers, which have some expertise or some experience in that kind of business. And once again, especially now that you have a new US administration, there is a window of opportunity with the goodwill of international actors to support regional dialogue. If I have still 1 minute or two, I would say that sometimes there are debates around the sequencing of regional talks versus nuclear negotiations. And some French declaration has been in that respect misunderstood or distorted. Of course, French authorities believe that the regional dimension is key, but in the same time, the re-establishment of the JCPOA is in hand in itself. There should be, of course, no regional precondition to the coming back of the US and Iran to full respect of all JCPOA provisions. That will end my remarks.
So much, Ambassador Kulu. Very precise set of ideas on the issues of regional nature as well as on the outsider's role and the necessity for regional initiatives. Now we move to Jakarta, and we are happy that we have a long distance, but in our also vicinity in the Indian Ocean, and that is Dr. Takdir, the head of Center for Policy Analysis and Development for East Pacific and Africa in Jakarta. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sajjadpour, Excellencies, distinguished panel. It is my great honor and privilege to cordially joining the distinguished panel on the West Asia neighborhood on connectivity in the Tehran Dialogue Forum organized by Institute for Political and International Studies. I personally, of course, would like to express my gratitude to IPIS and Iranian Foreign Ministry for organizing such an important occasion in which we all could share our perspective on the issue before us. We have some guidance question that provided by the organizer, and to start with, I would like to say that basically conflict and instability are sometimes emerge from the excess of rivalry. That's the common knowledge, or the embodiment of major power rivalry. It is a struggling power dominance over others, a kind of myopic and egoistic national interest served in the short, medium, and long run, enforced at all costs that eventually jeopardize stability in the region. And the country risk index 2020, recently established by Marsh and McLennan, it says that short-term political risk of so-called very much unstable is concentrated mostly in the African and Middle East, in the Middle East, or part of the region we are discussing today. This particular region is known to have both, I think, short and long-term threat to stability. But this unfortunate situation, I think, is not really dismantling the ability of the countries in the region to inject CDM. In every conflict or dispute always lies an opportunity to convert confrontation into cooperation. We have seen that and proven that in the ASEAN, where countries in the region has used to conflict in the past. Countries in the West, Asia might build the CBM the way ASEAN did, I think. The fact that interstate conflict is not occurring anymore for the several decades in Asia and Oceania, it should be an astonishing sign for ASEAN to the world in which ASEAN has been able to develop an inclusive regional architecture for all countries in the region. An architecture with the very foundation of it, and this is important, I think, for all countries in the region, is based on the peace, security, stability, and prosperity. And allow me to show some individual countries such as Indonesia that plays its part in encouraging habit of dialogue and spirit of partnership in the region. Our foreign policy doctrine of so-called constructive engagement has been a meaningful tool and instrument in finding solutions to every conflict and convert them into mutual cooperation. I think we have known that the latest initiative in which Indonesia led the process was presenting ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, or what we call, or widely known as AOIP. Then this brings us to the third guiding question, I think, where people expecting to see the role played by the US, that people expect more robust consistency of the US global foreign policy, including that applies in the West Asia. I believe most countries in the regions do not want to see their homeland become a wrestling ground for all major powers that are detrimental to the interest and well-being of the people in the region. Therefore, I think with the new administration in Washington, the US should start revisiting its threat perception and the real security atmosphere in the West Asia, where the US has traditional involvement. The US and other major powers in the region must avoid policy prescription that define threat perception single-handedly or unilaterally. Yet international community is required to empower more collective leadership in terms of multilateralism in order to profoundly well managing the dynamism of the region. And in responding to the fourth and fifth guiding question that we have, I think connectivity was one of the options. This is the theme of the conference. The area of cooperation, I think, potentially creates a significant impact and improve common interests, where we have seen and perhaps continue to see sadly trust deficit among countries in the region. If the whole countries in the region decide to go through such accelerated connectivity, any common interest effort can be molded into business activities, cooperation, or infrastructure project, and would become fruitful ground for nurturing initial step to peace and stability and prosperity. Indonesia always believed that national development of every country, either what we arrange through bilateral or multilateral vision, will only be successful and tangible if founded based on regional peace and economic integration. Lastly, finally, I think we have, in terms of connectivity itself, ASEAN has adopted Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity 2025, manifested in the Vientiane Declaration. And there are 5 areas such as sustainable infrastructures, digital innovations, seamless logistics, regulatory excellence, and people mobility. So this is the ASEAN, the example that can be bring as a template to the development in the regions. And to think beyond, I would like to encourage the panel to reconstruct the meaning that the connectivity is not only limited to physical infrastructure, but also hints the idea of how we connect the heart and minds of every different nation in the region. This is the kind of spirit that I would like to bring to this table, and looking forward to having a fruitful discussion with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taqdir. It was a very interesting comparative analysis of bringing awesome experience to our picture, and we really enjoyed, and I was double pleasured by you because you have taken our questions very seriously, and that's very good. With this, of course, we finish the introductions and introductory remarks. We are to in the hand of Mr. Tagway We are closing to our time, but I think we can extend for a few minutes and continue. And of course, President Kaza is waiting for us, so maybe for 10 minutes we can have go and answer.
Yeah. Very well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to start first with Her Excellency Ms. Lolwa Rashid Al Khatar. One of the things that stood out in the statements that you made was the fact that you talked about political legitimacy and how anti-colonial sentiments actually brought about that, in which one of the outcomes of this political legitimacy was how there was a more representative system of governance that came about. Now, given that, and you said how resources play a pivotal role in the region, which is pretty obvious, why is it then that in a country that is rich with resources, in a region that is rich with resources, conflict has become one of the consequences, as some say, because of the fact that the region is resource rich? And how can that be eliminated in order for there to be the security and stability with the theme connectivity?
Thank you so much. That's an excellent question. I wonder if you hear me well.
Yes, we do.
Sounds great. So having resources is just a double-edged sword. So being blessed with resources opens the horizons wider, of course, for different projects, development, and so on and so forth. Yet, in a region like ours, being at the center of all trade routes, it becomes a challenge as well, because it becomes an area of proxies. I cannot find another word that would kind of make it less blunt. Now the answer, so that I don't take so much time, comes from within. I think this was echoed in a number of remarks that were made. I believe my colleague, His Excellency from Baghdad, and other colleagues as well. The answer comes from within. I'll just introduce two notions. I introduced the proxies notion, but the agency notion. We should have our own agency. What's our plan for ourselves? How do we envision the future? How do we plan to basically negotiate our differences? Differences will never go away, because we're a very diverse region. But the question is, how do we find a mechanism to negotiate those differences peacefully? And I think that we have a number of tracks that are starting and that are promising. If we take Afghanistan as an example, here in Qatar in 2020, in February, there was a signing between different parties, and we still have the intra-Afghan dialogue. As a matter of fact, there will be a discussion on Russia as well, in which we will be participating. When it comes to other tracks as well, I think Syria, there was a meeting as well in Doha a few days ago. So once again, there is a way to find new avenues as long as we can agree on mechanisms of how to negotiate our differences. But being blessed with resources is not enough. And one last point, and I'll conclude: good governance. Neutralizing external factors and focusing on good governance. I'm talking about the national level. The previous factors are all transnational factors. But this specific one is really a national one. It's in the hands of every decision maker in their own country. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Let's go on to Oman and His Excellency Sheikh Khalifa bin Ali bin Isa Al Harthi. The reconciliation is something you mentioned in your statements, and you also talked how Oman will work with relevant actors when it comes to the process of this reconciliation. Along with that, you also expressed optimism when it comes to the new U.S. administration, which is not so new. Do you have hope that that is what needs to be anchored in hopes of regional reconciliation or working out differences? Or do you think that if the problems that the region is experiencing maybe perhaps can be worked out best by regional countries without the input from an outside factor, in a sense, an outside country like the U.S.?
Thank you. First of all, to begin from where you have ended, some of the issues in the region, the international actors, they are involved by the nature of the issues, like the GCPOA. In practical term, that all issues should be resolved by the countries of the region. But we have to be pragmatic, we have to be realistic. In many cases, the regional security system or the regional system could not guarantee or provide the guarantee to protect the member of this system, or it could not guarantee that it is able to resolve the issues which are facing the region or some members of the region. And my colleague in Iraq talked about the regional organizations. The regional organizations, they cannot succeed by themselves as a body. They succeed only if there is a trust, if there is commitment by the member countries, and also if there is authority from the member countries for these regional bodies to do their job well. The issue here, and it has been mentioned from other colleagues, that the lack of trust. And there's, in Oman, for example, we don't have an issue of establishing, for example, establishing trust or confidence with other countries in the region or in the international community. I think the secret for us here in the region to succeed or to live together is, I go to the film, one of the films of James Bond. The title is Live and Let Live. We have to live, and we have also to give the opportunity to our neighbors, to our friends also to live, and we have to respect. We have to respect each other's interests. We have to respect each other concern, and we have to respect each other also worries. What is happening now, that sometimes there is no inconsistency from the international players in how to tackle some of the issues. Also, sometimes there are what is right today, tomorrow is wrong, and what is wrong today, tomorrow is right. So we have to establish some norms that we can coexist with each other on the basis that we respect the views, we respect the interests, we respect the worries of each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on to Iraq, Nazar al-Khairallah, this coexistence that His Excellency talked about there is something that Iran and Iraq experiences. It's been solid and it's been going on for quite some time. You talked about dialogue that's needed, and not just dialogue between officials. You said, which was very interesting, you said dialogue within the civil society, that they need to be brought into the picture. At the same time, you said there's a missing role of regional countries to solve crises. Can you put that into context for us and how we can bring in the regional countries in order to solve the crises that you talked about? And I believe one of the ones that you did mention was, for example, the war on Yemen, and of course Syria, that's still ongoing.
Thank you very much. In Iraq, we have a special case. We are the most countries entering war and experience different kind of challenges and problems. We've been under economic sanction for 13 years. We had a civil war, and there is all these complications. We come to a conclusion that war doesn't solve problems at all. This is why we try to follow our principle within our constitution to negotiate with neighbors and countries in the region peacefully. And we try to find ways on collective effort. This is the way we're working with international coalition. At the same time, I do appreciate that Islamic Republic of Iran actually supported during Daesh war. What I try to say here, we've got a culture of countries working individually in terms of their arrangement, security, armies, trade, and this is the problem, because what we need to understand that actually prosperity, security, you cannot achieve it in your own. And this is a real problem, because there's a lot of challenges beyond your national borders. Terrorism, radical groups, organized crime, drugs, you name it. All these kind of challenges, we need some kind of cooperation. I know the security issue will be more sensitive than other way of cooperation. For example, it's easier to hold a talk in environment, and this is also missing, but transportation, this is really important. What we need actually to also, like colleagues from France and Russia, we need to learn from other experience. The European Union started from actually economic integration. It's really interesting. Recently I have seen a statistic talking about the challenges in terms of trade between countries in the region. And of course there's 14%, for example, for custom restriction for kind of movement. But the interesting thing is that 52% of the problems in terms of trade is political will. So what I do believe that what we need actually, we need to have coherence and constructive regimes for a regional dialogue. Of course, I do agree from His Excellency, my colleague from Oman. I mean, we need to be realistic. International factor is really important. And engagement with partners and friends is critical on these kind of security arrangement. The security issue more sensitive than other kind of area of cooperation. Recently we proposed Baghdad Regional Conference, and we try to invite gradually countries from neighboring countries, countries from in the region. But I think this missing concept of cooperation is the real problem. If you could see Iraq and other countries in the region, probably they've got trade partners far away from their neighbors. And this is a critical issue here. We need actually to see what the real problems. We have seen, for example, in the way we're dealing with Daesh, the radical groups, terrorists, they have the ability of communication, movement. They could move from Libya to Iraq, from Syria to Yemen. I mean, just an example. So without actually building the trust and have a confidence on each other, we cannot achieve anything, even the security arrangement. But I do appreciate actually this kind of dialogue, and I think really critical and important. And the real start is by regional conferences in different countries in the region, with the friends and partners, whether Russia, France, the European Union, United States with the new administration. And we need to understand priorities for the new US administration, what the Middle East represents for them. And this is really also important, but I'm really optimistic. Sometimes what we need to invest on the diversity on our society. We need to invest on crisis. We could turn it to opportunities. I'm really sorry, I have to leave because I've got another meeting, but
yeah, it doesn't seem like you have a voice.
I'm very happy to see all the friends and colleagues.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do apologize for that. Final question to you, Dr. Araghchi. Looking at one of the most important areas, the waterway, the economic corridor that fuels the world in some sense, is the Persian Gulf region. The security that needs to be consistent there sometimes is not with outside factors. Tell us your vision of how peace and security can be established there and through what means.
Well, thank you so much. Since I heard President Karzai is on the line, so I would be very, very brief to answer your question. Well, the peace and security and stability in the Persian Gulf is as important for Iran as others in the region. What we believe, in our point of view about the security in the Persian Gulf is, first of all, the security should be inherent, generated from within the region. Secondly, it should be collective and cover all countries in the region. You cannot imagine a region or any region that one country suffers from insecurity, and others can enjoy security. Third, it should be inclusive and include all aspects of security, economic security, social security. Again, you cannot expect that a country in any region suffer from economic sanctions and the region go for peace. It should, there should be no involvement by foreign players, external players in the Persian Gulf. We have to keep, it is important to mention, we have to keep Israel and the Zionist regime away from this region. Any presence by Israel, even civil, let alone military, would only escalate tension in this region, because they have no good faith and good intentions when they approach this region. And finally, it should be step by step, as was also mentioned by Mr. Namkin. And this is why, if you get all of them together, this is why our president has introduced the idea of hope or Hormuz peace endeavors, which is a kind of confidence, which is combined of principles and measures. Principles like non-interference, non-intervention, freedom of navigation, security of energy, and measures which can lead to confidence building in the region in a step-by-step manner, starting from easier steps going to more difficult steps.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Araghchi. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Sajjad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists, and sorry for the lack of time and also going beyond our time. I think it was very, very interesting, and with that I thank everybody and hope to see you in person. And we continue our discussion with President Karzai, but Dr. Araghchi should leave, and we wish him success. Thank you so much. Yeah. سلام آقای کرزای، خیلی خوشحالیم از دیدن شما و اجازه بدین به انگلیسی بریم چون مستمعین ما به انگلیسی گوش میدن در دنیا. Thank you, Mr. President. It's really a pleasure to have you. President Karzai has always been a good friend of everybody, every nation in this region, Iran, and I have to add that he has been a good friend of our institute, Institute for Political and International Studies, and we have always had the pleasure of having him, and we enjoyed when he talks. We have a short amount of time because of a few technological confusion, so we are at your disposal to enlighten us on how you see the region very briefly. Thank you again, and floor is yours.
My turn?
Yes, your turn.
Thank you. Well, my dear friend, Mr. Sajjadpur, thank you for giving me the honor of speaking to you and the colleagues listening. I wish this could have been done in Tehran, but we know the circumstances of the world. Before I start on the region of Afghanistan, Iran is a very, very close neighbor, a friend and a brother of the Afghan people. It's important that on every occasion where we talk with our Iranian brothers to thank them for their help and assistance and very good brother relations and understanding of the circumstances that we are in and of the needs of Afghanistan. So wishing you all the best and thanks again. Afghanistan is at a very, very important juncture of its life. We are now close to some major conferences on Afghanistan for peace and for the return of normalcy to Afghanistan. I'm not going to go into the past of the peace effort since we all know that. Incidentally, just tomorrow, we are supposed to go from Kabul in a significantly good delegation to Moscow to attend the Troika conference, meaning Russia, the United States, and China, to which they've also invited Pakistan and I believe Qatar and Turkey as well. Iran is invited as well. We very much hope that our brothers from Tehran will attend this conference and help the building of peace in Afghanistan and for the Afghan people and for the region. From Moscow, where the Taliban's delegation will also attend, we will be soon, within a month or so, hopefully all of us convening in Istanbul or in Turkey for an international conference, peace conference, where Afghans in the international community and our neighbors will convene for a significant event on Afghanistan. The hope is that that event will bring lasting peace to Afghanistan. The Afghans, us, on both sides, the Islamic movement of the Taliban and the Republic will convene, and we should do our best as Afghans to reach understandings for living together for an order that will ensure Afghanistan's peace and security and the well-being of the Afghan people. We also hope that our international partners and our neighbors and countries in the region will take the opportunity to advance the cause of peace in Afghanistan for us and also for the security and well-being of neighbors and the larger region. Again, I hope very, very much that our brothers in Iran will attend that conference, will facilitate and help the Afghans reach peace and a tranquil life which we so much deserve. These two events are, in a way, I hope will be the culmination of the effort of the past many years for peace in Afghanistan. in which our neighbors have been present and participant, in which Iran has been a significant contributor and assistance giver to Afghanistan. We are desirous in a very, very deep way that all those who matter on Afghanistan, who are linked to us by way of history and language and religion, and by way of economic exchanges, and by way of deep interests of common importance and of common value, to take the opportunity and to bring peace to our country. Of course, I must also emphasize the importance of us Afghans ourselves doing all we can together with our friends to get where we need to get, which is peace. That's all for now.
So much, President Karzai. We share your hope, views, and analysis, and actually we do hope peace be as soon as possible established in Afghanistan from within, and all these international actors also and regional actors could contribute to the regional peace and security as well as situation in Afghanistan. In Iran, we have a great attachment to Afghanistan, and we really pray for the best of our brotherly neighbor Afghanistan, and we wish you success for your trip to Moscow, and God bless you, and thank you for joining us. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
Thank you. Khuda Hafiz. The distinguished Foreign Minister of Syria, and here in Tehran we are waiting to hear your analysis and views on the regional issue in our forum, Tehran Dialogue Forum, and again we thank you and our apologies for some technical confusion. The floor is yours in our forum, Your Excellency, please. The floor is yours in our forum. Your Excellency, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me first of all to thank my brother and friend Jawad Zarif, the Foreign Minister of the Republic of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and our friend Kadhim Sajjadpour from the Institute for Political and International Studies at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think this kind of invitation to Tehran Forum is very important. It shows that such forums are not limited only to a certain number of countries around the world. When our developing countries take the initiative to promote such meetings, then our voice will reach the international community. The situation in our region is very much complicated, whether it is in the Gulf, where the American warships are present and are active in committing attacks against sovereign countries, or their activities in the Mediterranean or in the Red Sea. Of course, going back to the most important issue, which I will speak about, the situation in Syria. Nowadays, we have a campaign, particularly in Europe, in the United States, on Syria. They take the so-called 10th anniversary of the beginning of the war on Syria as a pretext to further promote not only their attacks against the Syrian Arab Republic or their support of international terrorism or their criminal activities as far as unilateral coercive measures adopted against Syria or against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but against many, many other countries in the entire region, which has complicated the overall situation. In fact, these 10 years since the beginning of the war in Syria are a manifestation of failure for those who launched these wars unnecessarily against independent and sovereign countries. And when they believe that sovereign countries are facing their conspiracies, their interference in the internal affairs of sovereign and independent countries, they intervene directly. This time through direct support of the terrorist gangs that have come to Syria from so different countries in the world, but financed and supported by the well-known countries like France, like the United States, like the United Kingdom, like Germany, and many other European countries. I'm not speaking fiction. I'm speaking about the women and children who are present in Al-Hol camp in the northeast of Syria, something like, you would not believe, 65,000 women, children, and others who are taken hostages by the United States of America, which has invaded Syria. In order to complicate the situation further, the United States, together with its allies, have established the so-called coalition of many countries, including countries, frankly speaking, that have nothing to do with coalitions or with military force, but the United States and the European Union, or the leading countries in the European Union, are using this coalition to attack Syria, to threaten other independent countries in the region, and to claim that they are fighting against Daesh. Daesh, in fact, has been encouraged and supported by the United States. I'm not speaking fiction again, but a lot of statements from the United States, from Europe, prove the correctness of what I am saying. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said, we are behind the establishment of such groups. Now, in Syria, we have liberated, together with the help and support of our friends from the Russian Federation, from the Islamic Republic of Iran, from Hezbollah, a force that has played a very positive role in the developments for the independence and sovereignty of countries in our region, a very important role in defeating the conspiracies of Western countries. The majority of lands in Syria are back in the hands of the government. We still have 3 spot points in the northwest where Turkish forces are occupying parts of Idlib. We want them to withdraw unconditionally and immediately from all parts of these occupied territories. But there they are supported by Daesh, by Jabhat al-Nusra, another extremist force supported or considered by the United Nations as a terrorist entity. In the northeast, in Al-Hasaka, of course, American troops are supporting some separatist forces in that part of Syria and are not changing their policies. We spoke a lot about the former American administration, which has ignored the United Nations, its resolutions, and ignored its agreement on nuclear power and agreement with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and withdrew from the agreement. And now there is no whatsoever any indication that shows any serious effort on the part of the new administration of either joining the agreement once again without any conditions, because the position of the Islamic Republic is correct that Iran did not withdraw from the agreement. Those who withdraw are the Trump administration, and we think if the new administration wants to establish a new reality contradictory with the aggressive policies of the former administration, the Biden administration should join the agreement without any preconditions. Of course, some governments in the region are making their main enemy another fictitious enemy, but we believe that the main enemy in the entire region is Israel, which is giving instructions to the new administration of the United States, or which was ordering the Trump administration to withdraw from the agreement and to recognize the occupation by Israel of the Syrian Golan and the annexation of Jerusalem. This is the real danger, not only to the countries of the region, but it is a real danger to the international community. We believe the United States should behave in a civilized way and rejoin international organizations that have played a role in pacifying the international situation, particularly after the Second World War. I do believe that without a real change in the behavior of the Biden administration, in the behavior of the European Union, which has taken aggressive policies and supported international terrorist groups in Syria and outside Syria, no real change will take place in the international community. We call for peace, we call for peaceful settlement of conflicts, and we believe in establishing a new world order where justice, the Charter of the United Nations, and other legal instruments prevail, because these are, particularly international humanitarian law and the international law, should rule our world. In fact, some European countries have made the rule of law as their basic principle, but we see them contradicting with the reality. Once again, we wish this forum a very good deliberations, we are sure of that, and a successful conclusion of its work. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of you. يمكن في حكي ما بيعجبهم. لا ليش؟ متعودين عليها.
sorry.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to the final panel of Tehran Dialogue Forum. I'm Kazem Sajjadpour. For those of you who join right now, I welcome you. For those who were with us, I welcome you back. In this panel, we have very distinguished panelists. I named them, and they are all good friends. Dr. Farhad Aladdin from Iraq, Dr. Tamim Asi from Afghanistan, Dr. Ataman from Turkey, Professor Kian Barzagar, Iran, Ambassador Chaudhary from Pakistan, Abdullah Badood, Professor, he's with the University of Singapore, and host Sitterman with International Crisis Group, and also Dr. Hosseini on my right, a senior fellow at IPIS, and my co-chair is Mr. Kove Tahwai, the famous anchorman of Press TV. The topic of this panel is regional files. It means we go to different issues of regional nature, specific files. What we are going to do is to give you, each of you, maybe 4 or 5 minutes to have a few words on your general perspective, and then after we finish, Mr. Sahwai would pose questions on some of you. If he has time, he may go to all of you, and this is the plan. So we start by Ambassador Chaudhary.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sajjadpour. This is a pretty broad area of discussion that we should talk about. I'll try to speak only for 4 or 5 minutes that you have mentioned. My starting point would be that so much is changing in our world at such a rapid pace that it is difficult to figure out which direction the world order will take. Of all the changes that are happening, I think most conspicuous at this time is the major power competition between United States and China, which seems to be intensifying, and that in turn is affecting Asia Pacific region. In South Asia also we feel the burden of that competition trickling down. United States had chosen India as a strategic partner to counterbalance China and has embarked upon an Indo-Pacific strategy that involves other players like Australia and Japan. Pakistan, being very close to China politically and economically, is now up against difficult choices, because we want to have good relations with China, we don't want to give that up. But at the same time, we have had strong relationship with United States for sustained periods of time, which we want to also maintain. So for us, it is a delicate balancing act of maintaining good relations both with China as well as with the United States. The US tilt towards India has also emboldened India to undertake a very different approach from what it used to follow. the India of today is moving away from its secularism, pluralism and democracy, and is wanting to create a Hindu state. That in turn has created difficulties for the people of Kashmir, which we believe that India has occupied. So the tensions between Pakistan and India are also continuing, and situation is not any better. In our west is Afghanistan. Again, we see that the situation in Afghanistan is very fluid. We do not know whether the United States under Biden administration will pull back its troops by the 1st May, the deadline that was agreed earlier, or not. But if United States pulls back its troops from Afghanistan, there could be civil war and chaos, and that's why everyone is now working hard to make sure that intra-Afghan dialogue takes place and peace returns to Afghanistan. For Pakistan also, a peaceful and stable and independent Afghanistan is important, and therefore Pakistan was on its part trying to facilitate by pushing and persuading the Taliban to come to the table and stay engaged with the talks. With Iran, the US sanctions on Iran is our fourth neighbor. US sanctions on Iran have been a matter of concern for Pakistan, because we believe that these sanctions have not allowed our economic relations with Iran to prosper that much. And therefore, when the JCPOA was signed in 2015, we were happy about it, because we thought that this way we will be able to engage with Iran, which is our neighbor and very close neighbor, in a more meaningful economic matters. Unfortunately, President Donald Trump decided to withdraw from that, and now President Biden is thinking about it. We hope that this matter will be resolved peacefully and the sanctions are lifted from Iran, so that Pakistan as its neighbor can also engage with Iran more meaningfully. Pakistan also realizes that there are tensions in the Middle East between various sections of the Middle East of Muslim world, and we are keen that these matters should be resolved peacefully, and to that extent Pakistan is willing to play its part. So I have just scanned the region from our point of view and taken you around our neighborhood so that you get a good flavor. So if there are any questions, of course, I will be very happy to answer. And that completes my 4 to 5 minutes of brief introduction. Thank you.
Bring us to a very dynamic yet very controversial, conflicting picture, which is very, very difficult to manage, but I appreciate your bringing it in such a concise format. Now we move to Professor Bazigat.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Sajjadpour. I'm glad to share with you some of my views as an Iranian academic. I think in evaluating the regional files, we need to understand three significant points. One is the fact that the nature of the conflict is somehow based on the local geopolitics, geographical centrality and historical determination. And it is interesting that they have adjusted themselves in the course of the time based on the dynamism of the regional environment. In that regard, I believe that the situation in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq are taking more capacity in terms of local potentials based on their experiences, technology of war, and how to tackle the foreign threats. This is very important to understand because that will, complicates the regional cooperation that from the earlier today we discussed about this. This is one point. The second point is the fact that we have two kind of regional conflicts. One is traditional one, which relates to, for instance, Palestinian issue. These kind of conflicts is more based on ideological and value-based issues related more to the public issue. Then we have the new conflicts that came after the Arab Spring development in Syria, in Yemen, in Iraq even, that we have, plus those ideological issues, we have a new dimension, and that is geopolitical rivalry. That will also complicate the regional cooperation. Therefore, I believe that more compromise and more balancing acts are required by regional actors to settle the regional issues that from the beginning of this forum, all the panelists discussed about that. And the last point is the fact that we are witnessing a kind of shift from the intra-state conflict to inter-state conflicts. And that relates to the interventionist, actions of some, trans-regional and regional actors that was substantiated by Foreign Minister this morning. This is very much important because when we go to the Yemeni crisis, we see that after 2014-2015, by the Saudis' intervention in this country, we see more complication that is coming to this country. Or in Afghanistan even, you see that it was an intra-state conflict, then it turned to a regional conflict and more international conflict. This is important. Finding some solution, I believe that, first of all, we are kind of witnessing a regionalized situation in the region, that if we see all the crises, we see that the crises are becoming more regionalized. That means that regional actors are more significant in settling the regional crisis. Of course, at the same time, they need to be more accommodative and more balanced in finding solution. Second is the fact that we need to withdraw from, kind of historical constructs. Again, it was mentioned by Foreign Minister Zarif, artificial constructs. For instance, we are talking about, collective security system in the region. I believe that, in parallel with that, we need to develop a kind of bilateral relation first, and then we need to somehow strengthen national, system of the state, and all the states of the region welcome that. Therefore, we go towards regional, collective security. Or another example is balance of power. In essence, balance of power is historically a wrong construct because it will bring arms race in the region and a lot of conflict. It is in the format of win-lose situation. Therefore, we need to withdraw from this historical construct. And last but not least, I personally believe, as an Iranian academic, that in the region we need to not generalize, regional problems. If we generalize problems, that means that we did not respect all the individual states, interests, because different states have their own way of understanding or perceptions of tackling the threats and preserving their, national security and interest. Therefore, we need to come to some generalized kind of common, principles first, and then by the individual relations, we manage to get to a kind of regional cooperation. I think I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for conceptual and theoretical framework and giving us the analytical toolbox for understanding the conflicts and cooperation in the region. Now we move to Turkey, Professor Muhittin Ottoman. Can you hear me? Professor? I think Professor Ottoman, we don't have the connection. Are you Hassan? Okay, we move to the next speaker. We have Dr. Farhad Aladdin. How are you, Mr. Aladdin? And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. خیلی ممنون خوشحالم از اینکه مرا به شرکت در این پنل دعوت کردید. Thank you. I would like to talk about Iraq-Iran relationship, as you have not specified exactly what I should talk about. So I think it's a special file and it's an important file as far as we are concerned, or both our countries are concerned. And as you know, Iraq and Iran have established a very multidimensional, deep relationship that extends to economy, culture, religion, ethnicity, and so on. And this relation has blossomed and improved and become stronger in recent years. And in particular on the trade side, at the moment we have a $12 billion trade between Iran and Iraq, although it's a more or less a one-way trade, but nonetheless it's there, and there is hope that it will be increased. And I personally believe that this could become even a 50 billion trade for Iran if Iran wants Iraq to be a partner in the long term and not just a marketplace for its products. I personally think the current relationship or the level of relationship is not equivalent between the two sides, and Iran is on a winning formula. And this win-lose situation is not sustainable. I personally think Iran could do a lot more to help Iraq and to improve this relationship to become something much better. And for that, I would urge the Iranians to consider multiple issues, such as contributing more towards the stability of Iraq, that they are not into interference in the political and business affairs of Iraqis on daily basis. I could understand that there are interests to be protected, but that should be a hands-off exercise rather than a hands-on. And there should be a much more understanding of the Iraqi society than what we're seeing now. And I also, on a more important note, I think the Iranians should invest more in the Iraqi economy and in Iraqi construction, and they could become a very valuable partner for Iraq on the long term. This change in approach, in my opinion, is important. At the same time, that we move away from the resistance axis to become reform and reconstruction, and that would also benefit both sides. We need to move away from Iraq to becoming a war zone and an arena for settling scores with Iranian adversaries. Iraq could serve better even as a purpose to become an economic partner rather than an arena for conflict. And in terms of the people, I mean, you know that the Shia relationship with Najaf and with the Iraqis is hugely important for Iran. Yet we are seeing young men and youth of Najaf and Karbala, which is the heartland of Shia land. We see them chanting Iran barra barra instead of welcoming the Iranians in open arms. And I think this is something the Iranians need to really think hard at it and say why this is happening. Because this is extremely crucial, where your consulate in Basra and Najaf comes under attack. You could spin all sorts of stories around it, and there are external hands and all that. But the fact of the matter is, these consulates are in the heartland of the Shia in Iraq, yet they are coming under fire. And this is something you really need to look at it away from conspiracy theories and to say why. So if you really look at this change, in my opinion, for Iran's relationship in the region, and to start with Iraq, then Iran stands a big chance to benefit, as today your speaker from Sweden was saying that the Nordic Pact they have, 3 out of 5 are not members of EU, 3 out of 5 are members of NATO, but the other 2 are not. This is something that we don't have to all be in the resistance axis. We don't have to be all against one particular party and not friend with the other party and so on. We could look at our bilateral relationship and interest and really build our relationship on that. And maybe with the last note, I would say, you as a different approach. I don't see why we don't have somebody like Aghay Sajarpour or Aghay Khatibzadeh as career diplomats, are not in Baghdad as diplomats, as ambassadors, yet we have generals from IRGC. Although I have immense respect for Aghay Masjidi and Aghay Danaifar, they are really good ambassadors for Iran. But I would say the approach should be building more on diplomacy and building more on economy and on the culture. Then this relationship with Iraq could blossom to a very long time and to a big proportion. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arden, for finding a new job for me. But I think there are age limitations for me to be assigned to that position. But however, thank you so much for specifying your views on Iran-Iraq relationship. Now we move to Afghanistan. Dr. Asi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's good to see you, Dr. Sajjadpour. Thank you so much for the invitation. And let me also thank the Institute for Political and International Studies for having me here. In my 5 minutes, I will try to briefly go over what's happening in Afghanistan, what will be its geopolitical implications, and then the debate over Islamic Republic. Basically, what my discussions surrounded it around the questions you sent us around. The situation in Afghanistan is very sensitive and is in a transition. We are at crossroads of peace and stability, or going towards a civil war, which many of us should avoid. But there is a golden opportunity in the inter-Afghan talks for peace, and there's a consensus among major world powers in the region, and there's a national consensus as well. That we need to seize this opportunity and exploit it to the extent possible. Peace talks are always double-edged swords. They also come with their risks if not managed properly. So therefore, I think with the United States intent on at least decreasing its presence, if not bringing it to zero, as well as NATO, to ensure their vital national security interests are addressed, and as well as to leave a good legacy behind, there is a rush. There's a time limitation, both from a regional perspective as well as from NATO and the United States perspective, to leave to make sure that the inter-Afghan negotiations succeed. So with that, we see 3 parallel processes going on in Afghanistan. There's some violence going on. There is some development work, governance work going on, and then there are peace talks. There are talks about peace talks. I think it would be a misnomer to call it peace process or peace talks at this stage, but there are talks about peace talks. And the social economic indicators is declining because of the war fatigue and because of the decline in the international community's interest in Afghanistan. Now, as far as the regional impact on the geopolitics or the geopolitical impact of Afghanistan in terms of its war and peace calculus, Afghanistan and the region around it, specifically its near neighbors, are interdependent, and regions at this age prosper. This regionalization of security is one thing. Trade and economization, the economic aspects of regionalization is very important as well. There's a saying now that they say regions prosper at this age and time. And I think the time has come for the region to stop viewing Afghanistan as a playground and looking at it and stop viewing it from a security lens, but rather from a economic trade perspective. And the region has a stake in the Afghanistan's peace and war calculus because of its spillover effects. And Afghanistan has regionally and historically played three important roles when it comes to the region. It has either been a gatekeeper, a corridor, or a bridge. So you can use this corridor or bridge for good things or for bad things. I think for the region should make that decision, because ultimately, if God forbid Afghanistan goes into another direction, the region will be the first degree order effect. The region will see its first degree order effects. So the region cannot ignore Afghanistan, and they have tried before the containment policy. Therefore, I think it's more than any time really important for the region to roll up its sleeves, especially Pakistan and Iran, and work for peace in Afghanistan. Because you cannot prosper if you're up in flames. It's as simple as that. The containment of policy that from where I stand, the way I see it is that the United States is actually regionalizing peace now and westernizing its master. So therefore, if God forbid Afghanistan goes into a destability, you will see that at three levels. You will see an important regional terror outputs. You will see that Afghanistan's destability will hinder economic, trade, and energy projects. And you will also see a greater, almost a revival of a new great game. And Afghanistan could turn Syria at your corridors. So I think the time has come for region to roll up its sleeves and do what it must, which is address the proxy element of the Afghan war, but at the same time ensure that the intra-Afghan talks succeed. The final thing I will talk about is this debate surrounding Islamic Republic and Islamic Emirate. Well, it's essentially a debate between an open society and a closed society. I think we tried both of it. We had the Islamic Emirate in the 1990s. And I think the region should also decide if they want an emirate, a closed, theological, dogmatic system of governance, or a more tolerant, open system of governance. And the diversity of Afghanistan, the new Afghanistan, which has changed since 2001, will not accept an emirate. Yes, they do accept an Islamic system, but not an emirate. And I think the Taliban also accepts that they don't want an emirate. They don't want a return of the emirate. And we've heard from their spokespersons that what they need is an Islamic system of governance. I think we accept a lot of that. So at the core of it is really the system of governance and the exercise of power. If you look at it comparatively, and with that I will finish, there are four differences between the two systems of governance, which is the first one is either you're looking at a sovereignty manifested through the citizens or through Sharia law, or citizens choose their leaders via elections, or a select group of Islamic scholars go through it, and so on and so forth. I mean, there are many comparative features we could talk about right now. But essentially, Afghanistan has changed. There's a new Afghanistan. And it's a more pluralistic, tolerant Afghanistan, and the diversity of Afghanistan will not accept the return of a dogmatic theological state. With that, I will conclude. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rossi, for your very comprehensive analysis and depicting the situation in Afghanistan and what can be in the prospects. Very important points that you raised, especially on the connectivity between regional prosperity and security, and we are all in one boat. So we move to Singapore, to Professor, our very good friend there, who is from our neighborhood, but right now he is taking a little bit far, Professor Babood. Do you hear me? We see your face. I hope we can hear your voice. Yes.
Yes. Thank Syed Kazim for this kind invitation and for your colleagues at the Institute for inviting me to be with you with this very distinguished panel. I am actually not in Singapore. I'm currently in Muscat. As I have left my job in Singapore and now my next job is in Japan, but I can't get a visa to travel there because of COVID. So I'm stuck in Muscat and I'm happy with that for a while.
That's good, that's good.
I also want to apologize for coming late. I had difficulties connecting. I didn't realize I had to have a VPN, so I didn't switch it on. So my apologies for coming late or for missing some of the earlier parts. I think talking about West Asia in general, and I'm sorry if I had to repeat some of the things that have been said, but we have to take into consideration this is a very rich area in many respects, in terms of its human capital, and in terms of its population, in terms of its regional location in the global trade, in terms of its natural resources, etc. And there are some very important human development and civilizations that have taken place in this region. It's very unfortunate that when we look at this region, we see it as one of the very difficult regions, and it's a region that's been plagued by conflicts, by wars, by sectarianism, hegemonic ambitions, all of the things the bad things that one can think of, and we are literally missing out in our future development because of that. Obviously, global powers have their interest in the region for obvious reasons, and their involvement as well complicates the matter further. We seem to be succumbing to the pressure from abroad because people in the country, leadership in the country do not trust themselves, and therefore they ask for international support and international intervention. We have seen what conflicts can bring to the region. My colleagues have spoken before. Afghanistan is obviously one example. But also what happened to Iran because of the sanctions and so on. It's really harmful, not only to the Iranian ambitions, the Iranian economy, and the Iranian people, but to all of us to see Iran being put under such harsh sanctions when this country can be one of the leading countries and the shining light in the region, in the whole area. So it does really hurt us. But we look around and we see all the way from Afghanistan to Pakistan to the wider Middle East, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, Libya, and so on, all the way to North Africa. The region is plagued by conflicts. And obviously, wars is one way of resolving this conflict, but it's not a very, in many cases, is not the most, if you like, welcomed way or the most successful way. There are other ways to resolve conflicts, and we have seen experiences in other parts of the world. I missed, unfortunately, our Nordic colleague who spoke about Northern Europe, but Europe in general is a good example. East Asia is a good example of how the countries started to work together and to see their future together. There is no way, I think history has told us, There is no way that one country can reach a hegemonic or achieve a hegemonic control over the whole region. But and they can aspire to do so, and they will, there'll always be bandwagoning against them and all of that, whether it's regionally or also internationally. So I think we need to think beyond that. What we need is a paradigm shift for all of us in the region, because we want not only our generation, but the future generation to live in peace and harmony and prosperity like other people in the world, and to compete with other parts of the world. Obviously, there are going to be differences. Obviously, there are going to be some misunderstandings. But if we can uphold to international law and use diplomacy and dialogue, there are many ways that we can resolve those conflicts to the satisfaction of everybody. So I think you in Iran, and through your initiatives, through IPIS, could help to move this forward, not only through a security architecture which people are talking about, but even to a much wider regional projects that includes economic development, that includes degradation and climate change, education, culture, and so on. And Iran is one of the leading countries to do so. Unfortunately, our side also, the Arab, have our own ourselves. So I think we all need to overcome all of this. This is a bit of thinking, but only with some kind of vision and a paradigm shift, wishful thinking, that we can see ourselves getting out of the box that we put ourselves into, and global powers with their own interests has tried to put us into that box and manipulate us in the way that they assess their best interest. And with that, note, if you like, I will end and happy to talk later in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. It was very interesting, and especially comparing other regions as well as bringing the issues related to the initiative. Now we move to Dr. Hilterman. I don't know whether you are in Brussels or in The Hague, or this is why I call you Dr. Hilterman, please.
Thank you. I'm in Brussels. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you in good health, and I hope everything stays that way during the current crisis. I'm honored to be invited to speak at the Dialogue Forum. Thank you very much. Today, March 16th, happens to be the anniversary of the chemical attack on the Iraqi Kurdish town of Halabja, a terrible tragedy that occurred 33 years ago. Iraq's use of chemical weapons proved traumatic for Kurds in Iraq and for soldiers and civilian populations in Iran. And until today, there are people suffering from the terrible after effects of mustard gas in both countries. The Iran-Iraq War, as you know, occurred in the context of enmity, deep enmity between the United States and Iran, dating back to 1979 or even 1953. And now we are today more than 40 years after the Islamic Revolution in Iran. It's hardly improved. There have been attempts to overcome this enmity. There are constituencies for this in both countries. But there are also powerful groups in both countries that want to perpetuate the conflict to serve their political and economic interests. The IPG, a conflict prevention organization, and the strong supporters of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, and others have hoped that the nuclear deal would be the starting point for a gradual improvement in relations between the United States and Iran. Unfortunately, that was not the case, at least in the short term. In fact, it turned out to be the trigger for a rapid deterioration The United States pulled out of the deal and imposed heavy sanctions on Iran until today. Today we have a new opportunity, though, to come to a better place in that relationship. This would have to start with reviving and implementing the nuclear deal. The DCPOA has 6 priorities, 7 if the United States returns to it. Europe will have a role. Russia will have a role. China will have a role. But the real issue, the real conflict, the real challenge is the relationship between the United States and Iran. In each country, those who want to see a better relationship are held back and even undermined by those who oppose it. Much can go wrong. This means we will need to be determined yet patient, creative, and of unflagging goodwill. The first steps would need to be carefully orchestrated between the two sides and include ways to rebuild a minimum of mutual confidence in each other's good faith. We've seen some positive signs in the past week. We need to build on this. Nothing in life is permanent. Friends can become enemies, and enemies can become friends. I may be an optimist at heart, but even I realize that the United States and Iran will not become friends anytime soon. But as an outsider looking in, I can at least be cautiously optimistic that the United States and Iran will find a way to reduce mutual tensions and come to a sort of accommodation that would benefit the entire region and indeed the world. So thank you again, and I wish you already a happy Nowruz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hilterman. And in Iran, we do appreciate your landmark work on Halabja and the atrocities against Kurds and others who were the victim of chemical weapon. And it was very interesting. You started with this issue and raised other related issues to complexity of a region. Now we turn to Turkey, and we have Professor Ottoman from Turkey, from SETA. It is a pleasure to see you twice in a month, virtually. Please, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. You can speak, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajjadpour. First, let me thank the Institute for Political and International Studies, IPIS, for your kind invitation and for giving me the opportunity to explain my views regarding the recent developments in the Middle East. I want to focus on the most major large-scale changes in the last 10 years. It has been 10 years since the eruption of the Arab insurgencies and revolutions, which are mainly recognized as a turning point in the history of the region. That is, at the beginning of events, there was a hope for a comprehensive, positive changes in the region, but unfortunately, in a very short time, it seems that the Arab Spring was turned into an Arab winter, and many states of the region went into chaos. The state structures failed. The first expectation was not met in the region. I want to focus on the main changes since then. I want to focus on 4 different points. First of all, the Arab insurgencies and revolutions have shaken the Arab world. Unfortunately, it eventually terminated the Arab world. That is, today, there is no political Arab world. All states which are known as traditional carrier of Arab nationalism, such as Egypt, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya, and Sudan, have lost their political and military leverage. There are some claims on the side of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates to represent the Arab world politically, but they lack the capacity and the capability to do so. So the Arab world has lost its already vulnerable state institutions. Therefore, today, one of the main problems of the region is the reconstruction, restructuring of state institutions in the Arab world, such as Syria, Libya, and others. So the priority should be given to the, this is a priority should be accepted by the regional and global levels. The second significant point is the Arab institutions and solutions has changed dramatically psychological mind, psychology of the Arab state. It dramatically increased political awareness among Arab peoples, which will influence the future of the region in the long term. I just want to give one clear example. Look at the changes within Saudi Arabia. Today, there is a large diaspora throughout the Middle East and the West world. There is an interesting diversification within the Saudi society. A large segment of the society themselves as liberals, Democrats, nationalists, and seculars, even seculars in the Saudi context. So that is, this increased awareness will continue to influence the regional politics, and all states must be prepared for this change of mindset in the Arab people. The point I want to make is the power vacuum created in the region after the Arab insurgencies, unfortunately, has provided a perfect atmosphere for the state of Israel. Probably the net and the clearest winner of the Arab Spring is the state of Israel. Since all other countries, Arab or non-Arab, they paid some high costs, unfortunately. The only one who exploited the situation and who got benefit from this atmosphere is the state of Israel. Because all these traditional heavyweight Arab states, they have lost their leverage, they lost their powers, and Israel was freed from any potential threat from the Arab world. This is why, unfortunately, they have took some significant unilateral steps towards the Israeli-Palestinian issue, and at the end, it has signed some agreements, the Abraham Accords, with some of the dependent Arab countries, dependent on the West and dependent on the alliance of the globe as it was formed during the Trump administration. The fourth significant point that I want to make is all these changes, I think, had to be reconsidered after the election of Joe Biden as the president of the United States, since most of the countries, almost all of the regional countries, they think to revise their foreign policy understanding towards the region. That is, they began to reach reconciliation with some other states. They have begun to decrease the level of tension among themselves. One of the first reaction was the reconciliation achieved in the Gulf. That is the Saudi regime and the United Arab Emirates. They stopped their otherization alienation of the Qatari state. Egypt began to improve its relations with the GNA government based in Tripoli. There are some reconciliation efforts between Turkey and Egypt, between Saudi Arabia and Turkey, and so on. So probably the regional countries need one another more than before. So for the resolution of the regional conflict, I think they have to keep this reconciliation, this rapprochement process for a possible political instability and economic welfare of the region. I will keep it here. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting post-Arab Spring picture of realities of the Middle East. and that was very interesting, bringing new variables in the picture. Now we move to Dr. Hosseini.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is an honor to be with you in this panel. As a matter of fact, regarding the title of the panel of the special issues in the region, I have to touch upon a few important issues. One of the big issues in our region is the issue of Palestine. We know that this is a very long-standing issue, and unfortunate that actually the largest displacement of people has happened in that region. Although a lot of play had been around in order to downgrade the issue and the scale of the issue, but as long as the justice and fairness is losing, I think there wouldn't be any progress in all those plays in order to downgrade the issue. The issue of Palestine needs fairness and justice. The other big issue that I have to touch upon is the issue of terrorism. We know that our region has been suffered by the issue of terrorism and is still suffering with that because although the ISIS is finished, but I believe that it is again the danger that it may come back again, because actually there are backgrounds for that, and there are problems that if we are not careful that may come back again. Unfortunately, the terrorism in many aspects being created by outside powers in the region and being financed and also armed by the powers in the region. It is a big problem for the region, and also I think at the same time it had a lot of lessons to learn. We have learned that the security of the countries in the region are bound together, and if the security of one country is being threatened, it will threaten the security of the others, and we have learned to cooperate with each other in order to fight back terrorism. And I think it is at least one of the good lessons we have learned from the issue of terrorism in the region. One actually current issue that I think have to be tackled with is the issue of Yemen and the war in Yemen. Really, this deadly war and being prolonged by the Saudi Arabia against the people of Yemen actually destroyed the whole country. It actually killed a lot of people, destroyed a lot of infrastructure, and also made a lot of problem for this already impoverished country in our region. I think it is very important that immediately to end this war, and Iran presented the plan to end the war, and it is being registered in the United Nations that I avoid to go to the detail of it because of saving the time. I want to add another point to that. I think the issues in the region are not only the issues of political and geopolitical. We have to be careful about the economic and also the social issues. And if we are not careful about those social issues, we will be facing with new challenges in future. Consider that in some of the countries in the region, the rate of unemployment is too high. And if it couldn't be tackled very carefully, it will create new problems in the future. And actually, the creation of opportunities for the youth particularly is very important. And I think the cooperation between the countries in the region can actually help them to overcome these problems. And particularly in this current situation that we are facing with the COVID-19, that equally suffered all the countries in the region and beyond. So I believe that our region has the capacity to be a prosperous region, to be a wealthy region, to be a region of friendship and cooperation. And it really requires us to be, requires the countries in the region to be considering a lot of, policies in the past, and choose the way of cooperation and helping each other in order to overcome these problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we had a very interesting and rich discussion on the quality of the region. And time-wise, of course, we don't have much time, but I think what we can do, we hand over the chairmanship to Mr. Tagwai, and he will pose some questions, and I think we go a few minutes beyond the time.
Okay. Let me first go to our guest there in Afghanistan, if I may, of which I'd like to address with him some points that were made on the fact that there are, in terms of what was said regarding the perhaps retraction into the war that may amount to a civil war, and the inter-Afghan talks that are happening. The fact that, and this goes to, I'm sorry, to Ambassador Azaz, if I may, you said that the U.S. has chosen India to balance China, for example. There were also statements made that you made regarding what I mentioned about Afghanistan pulling back into, or falling back into a civil war. Do you think that regional countries, such as Afghanistan, such as even Pakistan, if they were to be allowed to develop their own resources, their own infrastructures, free of being targeted by outside countries from the West in any shape or form, that perhaps their economic stability can therefore lead to that connectivity, which is the subject of our Tehran dialogue, in order for the country to prosper in that respect?
Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot agree more. The gentleman from Iraq also had talked about the importance of economic connectivity. Here in Pakistan also we are talking about the same. We think that if Pakistan and Afghanistan, and in fact other countries of the region, are going to prioritize their regional cooperation or their regional economic cooperation, they will all be better off. If we keep fighting with each other, of course the outside powers will like to benefit from that. But my sense is that at this point in time, all the regional countries want to see peace in Afghanistan. That's my sense. All regional countries want to see peace. This is a good coincidence. It's a window of opportunity. And therefore, if that happens, I think the Afghans have a bright chance of securing peace at this time. And if the intra-Afghan talks succeed, they have to succeed. Afghans have to make it work. Nobody from outside will bring peace to Afghanistan. At the end of the day, it has to be the Afghans themselves. And therefore, my sense is that at this time, all countries want Afghanistan to succeed. My second point of emphasis would be that alongside that, all regional countries and perhaps international countries should start focusing on how do they make sure that Afghanistan enjoys the benefits of economic connectivity that it provides to all the regions. Mr. Ashraf Ghani, the president of Afghanistan, has often mentioned Afghanistan as an economic roundabout. I think it is important for all countries, including my country, Pakistan, to look at Afghanistan from an economic perspective also. It has tremendous potential. And therefore, I cannot agree more with you that if we start to change the perspectives, all of us, from security-centered policies to geoeconomics, I think life will become much better for our region. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to now talk to you and ask you, Dr. Hilterman, thank you very much for the introduction that you gave to Halabja. Since March 16 is actually the 33rd anniversary, excuse me, of the chemical carnage that happened there. Of course, some may not recall this, some may not even be aware of what happened and how those in the West provided Saddam Hussein with the deadly chemicals, of which 5,000 innocent civilians were actually killed as a result. Now, you talked somewhat at length about Iran, the U.S., and the JCPOA, and yet there are accusations made about Iran about malign regional behavior, the issue of trust and confidence comes into play, but we have seen how Iran is demonized, and there are not much stride being made, at least so far, based on this not-so-new U.S. administration. Why should Iran think that there is going to be credit given to what it has done in the region for establishing security, and yet at the same time there are accusations being made against it, in particular by the U.S.?
Yeah, it's a good question, and thank you. Of course, perceptions differ, and there are powerful voices in the United States, in Europe, in the Arab world that see Iran as a power that has hegemonic ambitions and is not necessarily providing security but destabilizing the region. I'm not saying I agree with that, but I'm saying that these voices exist, and we have to deal with them in any attempt to go back to some kind of accommodation between the United States and the Western world more broadly on the one hand and Iran on the other. And I think Iran has a very positive role to play there. But the question of trust is a very tricky one. So I am not a person who believes that trust can be reestablished. I believe in security guarantees as a better alternative. Trust is almost impossible to reach. We've seen wars come to an end without any form of trust between adversaries ever being accomplished. But there were security guarantees by all sides, and maybe some other powers outside more powerful that can provide also guarantees, and that have lasted, a long time. So we should try to aim for that in this case as well. Iran has its own interests to defend in the region. It's very hard to get around that. It's legitimate. But other countries also have their interests and their fears, and they should also be addressed. So I think the important thing is, first of all, for the United States and Iran to return to the nuclear deal, and that is going to be difficult, but it should be possible. If and when that succeeds, I think, and maybe even it can start already, there should be separately, in parallel, and subsequently, a broader discussion about regional affairs. And this can be done, and we heard the speakers this morning and this afternoon already discuss it, some kind of regional conference that is inclusive. I know Iran has its ideas on the table, Russia has its ideas, we have proposed things. There's a lot of ideas out there. We need to bring them together and to find a way to reach some kind of inclusive regional dialogue in which these issues can be discussed in a very peaceful manner, even if there's no trust between the parties.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Bazargar, let me turn to you. It's very telling the way that you actually split conflicts when you were speaking, as far as I understood, into two kinds. One was the issue of Palestine and how their rights get violated in the occupied territories. And the other, you talk about the developments that came after the Arab Spring, which could be called the Islamic Awakening, of which geopolitical rivalries actually was one of the outcomes. What are your feelings about the Arab Spring in general, given the fact that you're looking at 10 years that have pretty much passed since then? Were the aspirations of the people who were involved, respectively in each country, reached, or have we seen for the desired outcomes not to have been obtained?
First, regarding the Palestinian issue, as Dr. Hosseini mentioned, the conventional wisdom in the Western country or some countries in the region is that it's Iranian support is a governmental support, but it's not like that. I think it's the sympathetic way of Iranian nation to the Palestinian issue, and the middle class support is also exists there. And I think it is important to be understood that how much this issue is institutionalized in the Iranian public at a large scale. But regarding the Arab Spring, I think it was a positive move. But in the way it went, I mean, some problem came by and they couldn't, follow with the situation. It was a historical moment in terms of democratization and experiencing a new phase in their history. But in my belief, the main cause for the defeat of the Arab Spring, Arab Spring, development was the fact that these countries did not have, enough economic strength. I think their dependency on the foreign aid and foreign, financial aid was the main reason for that. you know, their dependency on the U.S., their dependency on the Saudi Arabia, you know, they changed the track of, you know, the Arab Spring development. That was very much important. And last but not least, I think, you know, the issue was that they followed the liberal democracy, you know, principles, which are not compatible with the regional, you know, characteristic. That was also important. That's why we nowadays, you know, resorting to a kind of regional multilateralism and regional integration, and we value regionalism and regionalization that was mentioned in this dialogue also. So I think Arab Spring was positive, but, you know, it was soon to go in that, you know, direction that it was expected. The Arab streets was not ready to go in that direction, and foreign involvement also, you know, changed the track of the Arab Spring.
Could be a work in progress
Yes.
still.
Maybe one final question.
One final question. I'd like to go to Dr. Aladdin, if I may, over to some of the statements that he made there, if I'm pronouncing his name properly, Aladdin. You mentioned about Iraq-Iran relations, which was great to hear about how you also share the vision that Iran has in terms of increasing trade from the $12 billion that you stated upwards to around $50 billion. Do you think that there are external factors that perhaps would prevent the economic essence that could come out of this relationship for it to be moved up to another level in terms of trade? Because the closer that Iran and Iraq get, there are some external countries perhaps that maybe don't like to see this closeness bear the results and bear the fruits that it can, because both countries, obviously with their vast resources, can increase their trade. And I'd like to zoom in on that angle, because you also mentioned the fact that you know, Iran could contribute more to Iraq. I'm guessing that Iran would love to do that. What's preventing that from happening, do you think?
Yes, thank you for the question. Really good question. To be honest, it's easier for us to blame others rather than blame ourselves when it comes to any shortcomings in our own performances. That's the human nature of Middle East, I would say, in general. Blaming others in terms of others not allowing. If we have the will to do it, there is nobody else could come in and really prevent us from doing it. The fact that Iraq is unstable, the instability of Iraq is multifaceted. Definitely the Iran-US conflict is bearing down big time on the instability of Iraq, and contributes a lot to it. At the same time, we have great other crises that we have in Iraq. Iraq is a $100 billion cash economy. Our budget is 100 billion plus. If really invested properly, this 100 billion could be turned to 300-400 billion, and out of that, if Iran's trade with us is 12 billion, could easily go to much higher level. In terms of investment, we don't see any Iranian investment, and that is, I cannot blame others. I only blame the Iranians and at the same time the Iraqis for not allowing it. You don't see any Iranian businessmen coming and investing in Iraq. You don't see any great companies that rebuild Iran to come and work in Iraq. And that's not because they are prevented. I don't think so. It's the Iranians find it difficult to work in Iraq. They find it safer in Iran, and other problems they might see. But I would say that's a good question to ask the Iranian businessmen, why they are not in Iraq, why they are not investing, why they are not working even in construction. I mean, if you compare Turkish companies to Iranian companies, the Turks are a lot more, although the Turks also do not invest. They are mostly executing programs or contracts. So this is something that needs a lot more debate. I don't think the minute or two we have here could allow that. But let's focus on our own will and what we can and we cannot do, instead of really trying to blame others that they are preventing us. And the Iranian closeness to Iraq is always welcomed by the Iraqi society when it is in the right direction.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Aladdin. We do appreciate it. And that does it.
Yes, thank
Lack
you.
of time, unfortunately.
Yes. Thank you. I think it was a very interesting one. Of course, a lot of issues we discussed, problems, potentials, plans, policies. It's very difficult to summarize, which I didn't intend to summarize, but I do appreciate everybody in this panel, and I think it was a learning one, and it was bridging nature between different ideas, issues, countries. Let me thank you, and by this we end our final panel, and we will have a closing remarks in a few minutes, which I would somehow sum up the conference. Thank you for this panel and those who participated, and see you in person as soon as possible here in Tehran or in your capitals or in other places. Good luck and have a good afternoon. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I really thank everybody for making this a possibility today to have this very interesting dialogue, Tehran Dialogue Forum. To sum up what we had in a very short amount of time maybe is a difficult task, but I think in a format of ABC, I think what we discussed in Tehran Dialogue Forum, first of all, A was of analytical nature, B was of bridging nature, and finally C was of cooperation nature. On analytical frame, it was really a very rich forum. Almost everything was discussed on actors in this region, be it regional, be it extra-regional, be it different types of social actors, how these actors interact, the conflicts between these actors on different scales, but most importantly, the context was discussed, the regional context. And the regional context is so complex, and the extra-regional actors are making this context unstable. This is where we had a good discussion on United States' role and the negative impact of U.S. policies in this context. But what was also interesting in this analytical framework, that there are a lot of changes should be identified. There should be a paradigm shift in understanding. Cognitive map of these analytical realities was mentioned so much, and I think the outcome of this analytical discussion is that we need to really revisit how the region is, and this requires, especially from the American and Western sides, to have a different perspective from the region, and the region should look at itself, take itself more seriously, have a more regional perspective and a genuine regional thinking. Now on the B, it was a bridging conference of dialogue. Really it was a dialogue, and in this dialogue the concept of diversity of the region was discussed, that between these diverse actors there should be more dialogue, more understanding, but the institution of diplomacy was also underlined, especially bilateral diplomacy, furthermore regional diplomacy, interaction between different regional players, and so on and so forth. Finally, I think everybody talked about cooperation. Cooperation is needed, it's possible, we should work, and I think this was the gist of everybody in this cooperative project. It was a cooperative project, and here let me appreciate everybody who contributed. First and most important partner, Press TV, was really an asset and a let's say organizer, and I do appreciate especially Mr. Tagway and also the rest of the team, and Dr. Jebeli, who made this possible. My own colleagues in the Institute for Political and International Studies, over embassies around the world, the embassies in Tehran, also the ambassadors and the institutes around the world, and the dignitaries, especially foreign ministers and deputy foreign ministers and other dignitaries from our neighborhood. They were kind enough to contribute, and I do thank all of them. And I think it was also clear during these discussions that Iran has a pivotal role in the region, is cognizant of its role and responsibility, and has plans for regional cooperation, interaction, and I think this can also be more promoted in further dialogues in future. I would end my concluding remark by thanking God, which made this a possibility in this time of COVID. He blessed us for having a space of interaction. Let's ask him in this very special month of Shaban and on the new Iranian Year's Eve, the betterment of situation in our region for all people in the region, for all actors who want really a better place for the people of the region, a region with peace, prosperity and tranquility. And it's a possibility, and God bless everybody, and thank you again.